Testing, 1, 2. Test, test.
Good morning, everyone. I have a quorum of the Planning Committee in the room, so I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask members of committee to assume their seats. I'm going to welcome everyone to the 77th meeting of the Planning Committee for this term of Council. It is Tuesday, the 24th of June, and we will be discussing the items that are on today's agenda. So, if you're a member of the public and you wish to speak to the committee with respect to any of the items that are on today's agenda, if you fill in a white request to speak form located to underneath the big Ottawa table where Ms. McKenney's standing, you can, we'll make sure you get on the list to speak to the committee. And, however, if you don't want to speak to the committee, but you want your comments to form part of the public record as well, there is a comment sheet underneath the big Ottawa sign over by the door, which you can fill in your written comments, and they will form part of the record. Now, this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 3 to 7 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of an application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. That's after a complete application. Une feuille de commentaires est disponible à l'entrée pour toute personne désirant soumettre des commentaires écrits concernant les modifications. And I should say that sometimes committee will, when considering a motion, will ask residents if they need to speak to this, and sometimes they say no, they don't, and we move on to another item. We consider those when we do that, and usually it's with regard to something that is before the committee that they agree with. We consider those to have stated things for the public record to preserve your appeal rights. Okay, we have members of committee. Councillor Harder has said. Councillor Harder has said that she is issuing her regrets. She is not here, and Councillor Blais will be late. He is at a dentist appointment. So, members of, I don't know what's more painful, here or the dentist? Yes. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, none. Confirmation of minutes. Minutes 76, Tuesday, the 10th of June, 2014. Okay. Response to inquiries? Okay, you can't hold it because it's just a response. What you need to do is you need to ask me to bring this back at the next meeting as a regular agenda item, and then you can hold it and speak to it.
Mr. Chair, if there's an opportunity just to ask the chair a question, it might help speed this process along.
Oh, okay. So you don't have a motion? Okay.
Not at this point,
We'll
no.
hold it and come back to it. Or do you want to ask a quick question?
Actually, I'd like to hold it and come back to it, but I'd like to just speak to it real quickly today, and maybe we can figure out a solution.
Okay. Item number 1, status update planning committee inquiries and motions for the period ending 17th of June 2014. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item, I don't think. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 1? No? Okay. Members of committee, is this item received? Received. Okay. Item number 2 is the funding agreement for modification of the Gloucester East Urban Community Stormwater Management Plan number 1 and fish habitat compensation. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to item number 2. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 2? No? Okay. Members of committee, is this item carried?
No, I'm going to hold this to get on my soapbox about expensive fish.
Okay.
And the environmental process.
Okie doke. Excellent. Okay, we're going to go to item number 3 then. You're going to talk about bobolinks too? Okay. Oh, no, that's just the name of the street. Zoning bylaw amendment, 360 Bobolink Ridge. I have one person registered to speak, Ms. Sweet. Is there anyone else other than Ms. Sweet in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 3? No. Ms. Sweet, you don't, if we agree with, or if the committee is prepared to carry this item, you don't need to speak to committee? Perfect. Okay. Item number 3, is members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. We're going to hold this one. Or we're going to hold item number 4, and we're going to hold item number 5 and come back to those. Item number 6 is the zoning bylaw amendment, 2075 Mayor Blue Road. And we have, hold on, here. Number 6. Okay, and we have item number 5 is, sorry, item number 6 is the zoning bylaw amendments 2075 Mayor Blue Road. Mr. Casagrande, you're here in agreement? Yes, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Bisson, you're here in opposition? Mr. Bisson, Jean-Francois Bisson? Yes. You're in opposition to the... Okay. Okay, so we'll hold that item and come back to it. Item number, official plan amendment 2405 Mayor Blue Road and 2496 10th Line Road. Ms. Sweet, you're here on item number 7? Yes. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 7? No? Ms. Sweet, your clients are Mattamy Homes? Okay, you need to take a message back to your clients about the speed of development in this city as compared to Sarasota County, Florida, to which they have inappropriately characterized, compared us to a jurisdiction in the United States that started planning the land that they have just bought. If I'm reading the Herald Tribune in Sarasota correctly, it started in 1982. And here you are, getting approvals for land brought into the urban boundary in 2012. So, you know, I don't mind legitimate criticism on behalf of Mattamy in a public forum. I just think I'd like legitimate criticism. And I think that they owe the city and the planning department a public apology for what they stated in their Globe and Mail article. So if you would take that back to Mattamy Homes, it would be much appreciated. So, on members of committee, on item number 7, is it carried? Okay. Item number 8, mural at 721 Chapel Street. I don't have anyone registered to speak to the committee with respect to the mural at 721 Chapel Crescent. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to the mural at 721 Chapel Crescent? You want to speak to it, Councillor, or you're happy we carry that? Okay, and this is your recommendation, and you've got staff in agreement? Ms. Gregoire says yes. Members of committee, can we carry this item? Carry. Okay. There we go. Back to your quick question on communications. Mr. Tierney, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the fact that you were mentioning motion. It could come down to that, but I'm just going to ask real quickly, and with all your knowledge, the response I received back when I asked originally in March, how many of these accessory addresses do we actually issue in the city? And I was told it would overflow our inboxes if we were part of the circulation, if we were part of the process. And lo and behold, the response we get back is, well, no, it's actually not delegated authority. It's actually a part of the administrative tasks regulated to staff, which I think is delegated authority. Furthermore, there's no number. There's not even a ballpark. We don't know how many there are. I look at the City of Toronto where they do accessory addressing. and street facing, they assign A, B, C unit numbers. We have a very different system. Frankly, I like to be part of the circulation.
Okay.
I think this has created consternation and lots of problems in my community all over this idea of pizza delivery being easier, and it makes no sense to me at all. So whether it's delegated authority or I put a motion forward that can be discussed at the next meeting, I'd be willing to do that.
So the best way to deal with that is to request that this come back as a regular agenda item, and what will happen is, so on the next item, on the next agenda of the committee on the 6th or 7th of July, it will be a standing regular agenda item. You'll have staff in front of you, a presentation, you'll be able to ask questions. Members of the public will be notified that this is an agenda item and they will be able to come and speak. So the best way to handle this is and it's just a simple request. You made the request, and it will come back as a regular agenda item. Ms. Gregoire, I'm assuming that's your shop. She will be ready with appropriate staff to ask questions, and you will be able to compare and contrast Toronto and then move a motion. Because if we were to move a motion today, we'd have to suspend the rules because it's not a regular agenda item. It's just a listed notification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So you'd
I'd
like
to do
this
that.
as an agenda item for the next meeting of the committee?
That would be great.
It shall be done.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2, front-ending agreement for the modification of the Gloucester East Urban Community Stormwater Management Pond number 1 and fish habitat compensation. Councillor Boas.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess I just want to share your soapbox today that you just had part of, and I'll take the other part of the soapbox. This is an interesting case, and I'm not going to, in the end, it's going to go through and whatever else, but it's about how the city, the MOE, and the conservation authorities interact. It seems like only yesterday this pond was built, and here we are. We've gone through the exercise because now it needs to be expanded. It needs more capacity. Part of it is to address changes in the climate. Part of it is to address growth. But it's interesting that we wouldn't have captured that in the first place, and I'm all in favor of front-ending agreements. But in the end, when we approved at last council as part of the development charges, we approved $1 million from this going towards fish habitat, which I'm in favor of too, but you would have thought that we would apply it in the area where the money's being drawn from, in the area where apparently the fish habitat's affected, even though it's basically a dry gulch. Somewhere along the way, this process doesn't quite work the way it should. Thank you.
Okay.
End of soapbox.
I'm not sure if I understood a question.
Well, you got on a soapbox. We're giving you an opportunity to provide any clarity now.
So the clarity in this case, the expansion of the pond was required as a result of additional growth, additional drainage area going into the pond, as well as a change in stormwater management standards that occurred at the city since the first construction of the first phase, or the first pond that we're expanding. The issue of fish compensation, because there was destruction of some fish habitat, RBCA's felt that it was better to compensate in another area within their watershed where they felt that those compensation dollars would be of higher value, of more benefit to the fish habitat, to the water environment within their watershed.
Well, first of all, the construction of this hasn't been completed very long, and we became aware during construction of what the recalculations were, et cetera. I'm surprised we didn't capture it at that time instead of putting the community through a second phase of construction. And I would have thought every time I get the answer that there isn't sufficient funds in the area to complete things, including in this case, it's going to lead into a park and everything else, that some of that would have been applied, that we would have applied some of the fish habitat compensation in the area.
Which OPA?
Anyway, I just want to make my comment.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. Any other questions for staff, members of committee? Is this item carried? Carried. Okay. I've been advised that one of our delegations may not wish to have may have registered incorrectly, And actually, I guess it was Mr. Bisson who wanted who wanted to speak not to item number 6, but to item number 7. So, is that correct, sir? Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's deal with item number 6, and Mr. Casagrande, you are here and you agree with the recommendation on item number 6? Okay. And we can, members, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to 2075 Mayor Blue Road? No? Okay. Members of the committee, is number 6 carried? Carried. Okay, let's go back, members of committee, to Madamy's official plan amendment, and hear from Mr. Bisson. Mr. Bisson, if you'd like to come down to the...
Okay. Well, we've been participating in the CDP for our Mayor Blue expansion area since November 2013, and now our neighbor is pushing an official plan amendment through a concept plan, and I feel that we're just being pushed aside. Like, we've worked on the CDP for the past 7 months, and now, oops, someone is short-cutting the circuit for just like that. So I wanted to express my concern regarding that official plan amendment. And I sent a letter regarding all the points that I feel I'm concerned about.
Okay, and we do have your letter, but who's speaking to this from our side?
Mr. Chair, we are in the middle of, or nearing the end of CDP process for these lands, but this specific site is only part of a larger parcel. We have in with us a draft plan of subdivision, and we're working, our policy people and our development land use planners are working closely to ensure that the actual application in before us matches as closely as possible with where we want to go with the CDP. But that process has, nothing's jumping ahead here in that sense, in that all that's happening now is a change in the overall designation category, but we're not approving the actual draft plan of subdivision at this point.
Okay, so what they're getting here is an OPA to allow them to move forward. And what they're going to move forward in is in accordance, or you believe will be in accordance with the upcoming CDP, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're absolutely continuing to process this application, and we're going to ensure that it complements and coordinates with the CDP in process now.
So why is it necessary to bring it forward now, then? Or is it just because they made an application?
This application is running ahead of other applications related to the ultimate build-out of the CDP area. And this is just a logical next step in the process and doesn't harm in any way the CDP process we're moving forward now. It is the first application in for these lands.
Okay. And why is it running ahead of others? Is it just because they're faster? We're better at processing than, say, Sarasota County?
You'd have to ask the applicant, but yes, they must be faster than the other applicants on this one.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Blows?
Maybe just to clarify, the Bisson family or clan was at the public meeting for the CDP, and they're involved in the process, and I think staff is committed to continue to work with them to ensure that their lands are fully captured in it, and I just want to confirm that here so that they don't walk away either confused or thinking that they're being undermined. Because you participated you were very heavily involved in the process the other night out in NDC.
Yes, I was, and it's just, there's two things happening at the same time, and really the CDP, in my opinion, should prevail because we've been working at it as a group for the past 7 months. Now, if they're pushing that ahead, there must be a reason. They've got something behind their head. And like you said, it's why they can't wait another 4 months. I believe the CDP will be done in another 4 months. So what's the point all of a sudden to rush? And after reading through all the paper, it says at some point the application was not processed by the on-time decision date established for the processing of official plan amendments due to the complexity of the issues associated with the provision of servicing to the affected lands. Does that mean that at some point our neighbors applied for an official amendment and the city took too long to respond and the CDP took over and now they want to correct that delay by allowing them an amendment? And it just doesn't smell good.
But I guess I think the point, what actually you're raising 2 points, and I think they need assurance that this does not have implications for the property that they have, and as they're involved in the process, they're working their way through it. They were very diligent the other day when they were working as a group, and the commitment that they have from our staff to continue to work with them. So I think they want to be reassured there's no negative implications for them, but they're also saying, how come this one seems to be slipping ahead of everybody else? And I'm not sure if I heard a clear answer on that.
As Mr. Mitzi explained, this was one of the first applications, or the first application that we received on this in this area. We in essence staff agrees with Mr. Bisson that in fact some decisions related to this application will have to wait for some preliminary information coming out of that CDP to ensure that servicing, road networks, stormwater management, all those issues that we typically would look at, park locations in a CDP, are consistent with this application and consistent with the CDP. So that's a principle that we'll stick by, and that this applicant will have to respect any decisions that are made as part of the CDP would have to be incorporated into this application.
So does that address one of your concerns?
Not really.
Not really?
No. It's because we've tried to sell that land, and we've been told at some point that some other stakeholders could take advantage of certain service and that they would have to wait. So they were scared of buying the land because of that, or they would put conditions to that. So I think that's one of the reasons that we're scared a bit, like somebody is trying to get ahead of us, and we find it's not fair. It's of course, we don't have the money to prepare what Matami has prepared, and it will be the big one taking advantage of the small one again. That's what we feel.
I'd just like to add some information on the timing of the CDP. We expect, we had an open house on June 11th, just a couple of weeks ago, in which Mr. Bisson participated, as well as the other landowners. We expect in September, October to have the preferred option on the table for us to discuss and finalize, and we expect that we'll be back in front of Planning Committee early 2015, Q1 2015, with the CDP ahead of you, before you for your approval. So the timing in Sarasota terms is very short and very quick, so we certainly think that the coordination between the CDP and this application can easily be done.
Thank you very much. Are there anything else? Do you have anything else you want to add, Mr. Bissell?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Sweet, do you want to come up if you want? Or do you have anything else to add? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Bissell. You can go back to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that these lands have been part of a process that's actually quite long and lengthy. It started out in 2007, 2008 as part of the official plan review that resulted in amendment number 76. And so there's been a long process, and at that time, these lands were added to the urban area. The designations in the plan are twofold. And I think in retrospect, the two types of designations are a bit confusing. One's called Urban Expansion Study Area, and the other one's called Developing Community Expansion Area. They're very much the same in terms of policies under the official plan. So the reason for this change is really to change it to what the designation, in our opinion, should have been in the first place at the time of Amendment 76. It's not that we're trying to circumvent the process or trying to get away with something that Mr. Bisson and the lands to the south will have to go through. It's just to recognize that this is a more appropriate designation. The area is tied into primarily to the Maribyrnong CDP to the north, and the servicing is already in place, more or less. It's ready to go in terms of the potential for development. At the same time, it will be, as staff have said, coordinated with the CDP. So it's really a technical amendment to something we feel is more appropriate, but it's not circumventing the process. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Sweet? Thank you very much, Ms. Sweet. Okay. I'm going to call the item again just to make sure that we carry it. So item number 7, members of the committee, is that item carried? Carried. Okay, let's go back to item number 4. Now.
Mr. Chairman, members of committee, we are very pleased to be here today to talk about the Preston Carling Secondary Plan. It's been some time in the making, and it's a monumental step forward, and we are happy to talk about it today. So the proposed Preston Carling District Secondary Plan outlines how the neighborhood will grow and evolve over the next 20 years. Through intensive new residential and commercial development at certain locations, major investments to improve public spaces, and the preservation of much of the existing low-rise streets of Little Italy. The plan recognizes that Preston Carling area will become the new southwestern gateway to Ottawa's downtown, with a lively mix, again, of commercial and residential development. The secondary plan followed extensive public consultation and discussion that took place over most recently the last 2 years. We've got key studies that came through from that process, which are the strategic directions, the public realm and mobility study, and the secondary plan that we're talking about today, as well as a water and sewer study. This work came after a flurry of development applications that were received, and it was clear that development forces were at play and that this would help reshape the neighborhood. This plan adopts most of the recommendations in the Strategic Directions Report. The need to protect certain low-rise parts of Little Italy, which we heard very clearly, to improve green space and infrastructure for walking, biking, and transit, and the transition from the higher buildings to the lower ones. So I'm going to be joined today with Randolph Wong and Dana Collins, who have both played a significant role in the development of this plan, and we will take you through some of the background. So the O-Train corridor between Bayview and Dallas Lake is a mixed-use center in the CDP. And as you know, the mixed-use centers are a target area for intensification and priorities for completing CDPs and secondary plans. As you know, Bayview CDP was approved in 2013. Gladstone CDP will be coming up in the next few months. And of course, we're here today to talk about Preston Carling. The city, from this slide you can see, is experiencing significant development in the urban area, as directed by both the provincial policy statement and the official plan. Preston Carling District is emerging as one of the most important reurbanization nodes. Some of the tallest buildings have been proposed and or approved. So in the summer of 2012, the city hired Urban Strategies to conduct a focused study involving key stakeholders, and the Strategic Directions Report was prepared as a result of that. As you can see here, significant growth is occurring in and outside of the historic downtown, which both the city and the federal governments have been undertaking a number of plans. So you'll start to see here, so we've got Centertown, the Escarpment District, Bayview Station, LeBreton Flats that the feds are working on, as well as Tunney's, Scott Street and Parkdale, and Gladstone District CDP, and Preston Carling. A significant amount of work has been completed and is underway. So committee and council saw this slide last year, but I just wanted to show you again how clearly this is going to change the look and feel as part of the southwestern gateway to our downtown. So council approved the strategic directions last year. Following those directions, the city, we hired a planning partnership in Delclan to complete the public realm and mobility study. And that was a significant amount of further consultation that was conducted. And there were a number of controversial elements that we investigated further, which was directed by council, and those included road links along the east side of the O-Train, 9-story development along the road links, full mobility bridges across the O-Train, and the design of the Dow Honda site. As a result of extensive consultation and work with the community, the secondary plan does not recommend the road links, reduces the height along the road links to 4 stories, does not recommend car bridges. However, our consultants have recommended that we shouldn't be doing anything in the future to preclude this from happening in future generations if the need is there. And the design of the Dow Honda site has been advanced through the Tall Buildings Review Panel and the Public Realm Mobility Study process. So a number of new mobility-related issues came up through the Public Realm Mobility Study process, and these were addressed and resolved through that process. And the Strategic Directions Report was used as a framework for reviewing any development applications in the meantime. So I'm not going to go through this slide in detail, but just to bring to your attention, we are at stage 5 right now, the approval of the secondary plan. So you can see from the previous 4 stages, there's been a significant amount of work that has been done. Certainly Preston Carling is undergoing a major urban transformation, and issues that are very complex, land use, building height, traffic, public realm, and implementation. And there are a number of site-specific issues, mostly related to building height, and these will be highlighted that you'll hear further in motions that will be coming forward. There's a number of further motions. So I'm going to turn it now to Randolph, who's going to walk you through some of the details.
Thanks, Leanne. Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee, the secondary plan has created a vision and establish a policy framework for public and private development in the Preston-Carling area within the next 20 years. The plan includes policies with respect to land use and built form, public realm, infrastructure, housing, and implementation. The following slides will highlight the key aspects of the secondary plan policies. In the future, the Preston-Carling district will continue to be a diverse, vibrant, mixed-use community with new opportunities for business, tourism, employment, services, and housing. The secondary plan identifies a number of land use character areas within the mixed-use community connected by a network of streets, pathways, bridges, urban squares, and other open spaces. Some of the city's tallest buildings will be built in the area around the Carling Old Train Station. These buildings will be prominent features in the skyline and landscape and will have significant impact on the characteristics of the Preston-Carling area and the city. The secondary plan has detailed built form policies for these buildings and require these buildings to be subject to a vigorous review process by a specialized design review committee. High-rise mixed-use buildings in the range of 15 to 18 stories will also be permitted along Rochester Corridor and along Queensway. The secondary plan has policies for the design of these high-rise buildings to make sure that their impact on the abutting properties and the public realm are minimized. At the center of the Preston-Carling district is the mixed-use neighborhood of the Little Italy, as shown on this map in the yellow area. The plan encourages low-rise infill development with some exceptions in order to protect the unique quality and the characteristics of the neighborhood identity. As shown on this map, Preston Street will continue to evolve and thrive as the commercial spine and the cultural hub of the neighborhood. The secondary plan also encourages mixed-use mid-rise development along Beach Street to complement Preston Street and to link the residential area west of the Old Train Corridor and the future federal government Bow Street complex redevelopment in there. Building height and transition are very important to the community and have been subject to extensive discussions. The strategic directions provides detailed directions on height, distribution, and the location of the high-rise towers. The secondary plan follows the strategic directions and refines the height schedule to offer further clarity as shown on this schedule. Heights along the multi-use pathway has been reduced to 4 stories generally. Locations of towers out down Honda site has also been clarified through discussions with the specialized review panel. A neighborhood line has been introduced to offer increased delineation between the mixed-use center, land use designation, and the low-rise residential area. Height provisions for a few properties along the neighborhood line has also been clarified. As highlighted on the screen, there are still some concerns about the building height on specific locations. Generally, these concerns have to do with the 9-story height provision at a number of locations highlighted on the screen. The forthcoming motions have to do with these concerns. Enhancing and improving public realm is an important pillar of the secondary plan. The conceptual plan shown on the screen illustrates the recommendations of the public realm and the mobility study, which was prepared through a 6-month consultation process. The public realm and the mobility study will be an appendix to the secondary plan and will be used as guidelines for detailed design. The key recommendations of the study has been incorporated into the secondary plan as policies. Directed by Council, the study has investigated controversial elements such as the Greenway Mews around the Old Train and the full mobility bridges across the Old Train. As Leanne mentioned previously, the study does not recommend the Greenway Mews and suggests that access to the development sites be explored as part of site plan process. The study also does not recommend the mobility bridges, but suggests that nothing to be done to preclude possible future bridge connections by future generations. The public realm in the Preston-Carling district will comprise parks, urban squares, greenway corridors, and streets. The following slides will show examples of some of the public realm improvement concepts. The secondary plan recommends the revitalization and potential expansion of existing parks and introducing new parks and urban squares as part of the development applications. The map on the screen shows the concept for F. Tremblay Park revitalization. Recommendations are also made to introduce tabletop conditions by raising the vehicular lanes and pave the vehicular lanes with interlocks. These before and after pictures on the screen illustrate the effect of such tabletop conditions, which will help to slow down traffic, give priority to pedestrians, allow for temporary closure for festivals and community events, and makes the park space appear to be more spacious. Rebalancing streets to give priorities to walking, biking, and transit is one of the key recommendations of this plan. The secondary plan identifies a number of street typologies, and all of them will be complete street. This before and after pictures on the screen shows one of the conceptual scenarios on Fort Carling Avenue as a grand street, which will include wider sidewalks, facilities for biking, bus lanes, large canopy trees to create a boulevard along sidewalks and a median. These before and after pictures shows a scenario for Beach Street, which is one of the traditional main streets identified in the secondary plan. The plan identifies a number of dead-end streets west of Preston Street for candidates for creating curbless streets with interlocks that will give priority to pedestrians while allowing cars to move slowly. With respect to mobility needs, the plan calls for putting pedestrian first and recommends strategies for walking, biking, transit, driving, loading, servicing, and emergency services, as well as parking. The implementation policies of the secondary plan clarifies the role and the responsibilities for various stakeholders in managing land use, design, and delivering public improvements. There is no accompanying zoning amendments of this secondary plan. Development seeks to achieve the height and the density permitted under the secondary plan beyond what is permitted under the current zoning will be subject to a rezoning process. The city will introduce holding provisions for rezoning applications, and the removal of such holding provisions will be subject to a number of conditions, including the approval of a site plan and the execution of a Section 37 agreement. A new public realm network study will be required as part of the site plan process to demonstrate how the public realm improvements will be delivered as part of development. I want to point it out that the design review plays an important role to ensure good quality development in Preston-Carling area. And the entire Preston-Carling district is within the city's design priority area, and the developments are all subject to the review by the city's Urban Design Review Panel. The secondary plan requires that development within the station area be subject to a specialized review process, which is going to be a subcommittee of the city's Urban Design Review Panel to ensure highest possible design quality. The images you see on the screen show the project that has gone through this specialized review process, and we're very happy with the results. The secondary plan designates the entire Preston-Carling district as a special public realm improvement district. This designation will require 100% of cash in lieu of parkland money collected through the development review applications to be used to improve and expand parks within the Preston-Carling district. This will also mean that 100% of Section 37 contributions collected through the development applications to be used within the district, and potentially introducing an area-specific development charge. These policies are extremely important to ensure that the envisioned public realm improvements will be delivered over the course of the next several decades. The secondary plan identifies the priority public improvement projects over the next 20 years. These improvements are located adjacent to the Carling Old Train Station and around where the developments are most likely to happen within the next 20 years. And on the screen, you see some blue and red stars, and the blue stars are the project that has either been approved under construction or they are in the pipe subject to approval. And the red dot is one of the likely projects that are likely to occur within the next 20 years. And you can also see what's happening in terms of development applications in the model. And in the model, there are three different colors. The white one, the blue one are the projects that are either currently under construction or approved or has some status in terms of planning approval. The gray ones are the existing buildings, and the white ones are the buildings that might be built according to the secondary plan. So the intent of identifying these priority projects is to support the light rail, to leverage development opportunities by focusing on areas where developments are occurring, and to ensure that they are affordable to the city. With respect to affordability, an order of magnitude cost estimate was provided as part of the public realm and the mobility study. The total cost of the priority projects is estimated at about $24 million. And we estimate that cash in lieu of parkland will cover the cost for the proposed park improvements. On-site improvements will be delivered through site plan. Off-site improvements will be funded through Section 37 monies and potential area-specific DC. An area-specific DC is expected to raise an additional $1.5 to $2.5 million funds in order to support those off-site improvements. The cost of priority projects are provided in document 3 of staff report. And this preliminary cost exercise indicates that the proposed public realm projects can be delivered if the secondary plan recommended financial mechanism is implemented, including, again, allowing the cash in lieu of parkland money and Section 37 contributions to stay within the district, and introducing an area-specific development charge for additional funding requirements. In addition, the secondary plan also recommends that the city give priority to Carling Avenue, Rochester Street, and the potential extension of the multi-use pathway during the next round of DC bylaw review. So this concludes the staff presentation for the Preston Carling secondary plan, and staff recommends that the planning committee recommends council to approve the secondary plan and to approve the public realm and the mobility study as an appendix to the secondary plan to be used as guidelines for detailed design of public realm. And as a follow-up, the city will need to review and amend parkland dedication bylaw and introduce an area-specific development charge in order to implement the public realm and public realm improvements for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Are there questions for staff? Okay. Maybe I'll start you off. Mr. If we could go to the height schedule. And I'm interested in the transition along is it the transition from the higher profile to the low profile that comes down on the east side of Preston going towards Padmilla and Norman, right? We transition from a higher profile, some of which exists today, to a medium profile to a lower profile. That's probably, from a planning perspective, the ideal. But is there a problem with just transitioning straight to the lower profile? I understand from the ideal, you transition nicely down, but there are lots of examples in the city where you could transition right to low profile. I mean, it's not much of a transition. I guess it's a bad transition. But is there anything, does it undermine the plan to move right to 4 stories along that small piece? I'm not looking at can't zoom in and tell me what the Adeline, yeah.
Okay. The transition is a very interesting concept in terms of from urban design and the planning perspective, and it's the effect of transition is not only about the visuals. It also has to do with microclimate and many other things, and also has to do potentially with land economy and other planning concerns. And in this area, and this is the process we went through, and we talked to people, and there is I think there is a general consensus in terms of general understanding in terms of the need for a transition in height specifically, and given this general understanding, and the plan is recommending a height schedule that offers a reduction of height from the highest point within the Preston-Carling district, which is located around the old train station, towards the low-scale neighborhood.
Okay, so I guess the question is, you've identified it in a couple of areas. It's a good thing, right? You also indicate that there's a consensus among landowners that this transition is appropriate. Is that what your last statement meant? The secondary plan and the previous the process has indicated that the proposed height schedule is appropriate in terms of achieving the objectives for providing a transition between the highest point in the Preston-Carling district and the low-rise areas in the district, as well as in the surrounding area. Okay, so. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Holmes?
So then, could you explain to me why from the 18 stories on Rochester to the low-rise, just to the west of Rochester, there's no stepping down? You go straight from 18 stories to 4 on those 3 blocks.
Mr. Chair, the Rochester, the proposed 18-story was in the council-approved strategic directions, and from what I understand, the intent of this is to look at the area at a broader scale. So you have to look at what's going to happen and what is happening on the east side of Rochester to understand why the 18-story provision along the west side of Rochester is offering some transition. So what's going to happen right now on the east side is the federal government Bull Street complex. As we understand, this is also in the mixed-use center destination, and there are some very tall buildings already exist on the site. And from what we understand through the strategic directions process, that the federal government has intent to redevelop the Bull Street complex for higher density and the tall buildings. So with that in mind, we believe that the 18-story along Rochester corridor is going to offer a reasonable transition and stepping down from the highest point, which is going to be located in the Bull Street complex, towards the neighborhood.
Question? Yeah. Another question, Mr. Chair, is I note that in the public realm discussion paper that it is only the staff that are going to have the ability to comment on how monies are spent, whether it's Section 37 or cash in lieu of parkland, or the new DC, should that happen. So the public have been excluded from that discussion. At the moment, now on a Section 37 discussion, it's the public, the councillor, the developer, and staff working together. Now, in this proposal, there is going to be no public discussion on what is important to the public for those investments, and just the staff making that decision. Is that going to be standard around the city on how Section 37's and 5% parklands monies are spent?
Mr. Chairman, we had sessions with the resident group, the developer group, and with councillors on the implementation plan. So we have had a fulsome discussion around implementation and the options for moving forward in order to afford this public realm plan. And I know I personally made a commitment publicly in one of the meetings stating that we wouldn't be bringing forward the secondary plan until we had a solid implementation plan to go forward. So from our perspective, we have engaged the public in this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So just to follow up, we're going to be, and I guess I didn't follow that line of questioning very well. We've got a public realm plan. We know what we're going to do in the public realm. It's about, is it not about finding or designating the funds that come to what project? Is that where you're going, Councillor? I mean...
Well, you know, we have a motion that...
Right, no, I get that. But your question was that the public needs to be involved. And I guess my question was, what do they need to be involved in? Because we've got a plan. We know what we want to do. Is it the priority of what we're doing that's piqued your interest?
Mr. Chair, the public are not in favor with some of the designation of these public realms. They're all going to the high-rise area.
Oh, no. Okay, I get that.
So they would like some discussion on where these monies go, in what order, what the priority list is, and as the area develops, there is some need for the public who live in the area to be involved.
Okay. So begs the question, if you've set out this priority area, and if I were to, around the O train station and in that area, which we all would agree if that develops first and fast, that we need to make public realm improvements there. How do we, or do we, when you look along Rochester Street, let's take a development scenario that sees very little development occurring with the icon and whatever Richcraft is doing in that area. And however, we see all of the development along Rochester Street all of a sudden materialize. How would this plan say, okay, we've got all the development occurring here, we need to make investments in the public realm infrastructure in that area?
Mr. Chairman, our policy speaks to that in the plan, so that it is flexible in nature, that if, for whatever reason, our assumptions are not accurate in terms of where we see the significant development that is going to take place, we've prioritized around that. As you state, if it happens in another area, then the plan has policies that will speak to being able to put our money where our development is, so to speak.
Right, okay. And So if we saw all of the pink, am I getting the colors right? All the pink along Rochester, all of a sudden, we see a big swing there's all the 18 stories gets developed. Our policies would be able to say, okay, we're not seeing the development around the transit station that we thought for whatever reason, and we need to reprioritize into that public realm. That the policies allow for that. Should that?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Just one other thing. Can we go to Carling Avenue, which I know is a concern for, I've read some concern with respect to Carling Avenue. The idea, what's the underlying zoning is what at this point in time?
The underlying zoning for Carling Avenue is identified in the official plan as arterial main street. The underlying zoning for the properties of interest are AM1. There are different zonings, but right. I think the zoning for that is subject to the motions is AM1, which permits buildings up to 25 meters.
So right, and so 25 meters, that right exists. Those property owners have that right now.
Correct.
Right. So, and you're not proposing to change that, are you?
We're not proposing to change the designation of the lands, and which is
either higher or lower.
Either higher or lower. Yeah.
Okay.
And zoning is not part of a secondary plan. So if a developer is coming forward with a development applications, and say, for example, if a 9-story buildings they wanted to increase the height to allow for a 9-story building, they have to go through a rezoning process subject to.
But if we approve a planning framework that down designates it, then you get to the same, you're doing the same thing to the property. And I think it's important, and when we consider this, it's important to know. Mr. Mark, if you tell me what the bar is for down designating or down zoning a property.
Mr. Chair, the principle that's been established by the Ontario Municipal Board is that there has to be a public benefit that outweighs the private loss to the landowners.
So it's a public benefit?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As opposed to a private benefit?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And do you want to elaborate, Mr. Mark? Because I think we need to know, it's important to define what a public benefit would be versus a private benefit, and that test for if committee were to, or if committee and with council were to agree to that, what the landowners would, the test that they would apply, or the test that the board would apply.
Mr. Chair, in my opinion, if this came to the Ontario Municipal Board, the board would be looking to a benefit to the public at large, benefit that is something that is pointed to as being worthwhile by the planning policy of the city. I would distinguish this from a benefit to a group of people who are landowners. So although a group of landowners might comprise a portion of the public, in my opinion, that's not what the board has in mind. It's a benefit to the broader public based upon the planning policies of the city.
And do you have any examples of where we can see where a downzoning for public and the corresponding public benefit has been achieved?
Mr. Chair, in my review of the cases, I looked at the principles. If you give me a few moments later on in this meeting, I could probably provide you with some examples.
It would just be helpful, I think, Mr. Mark, but it's not critical. I think that we, in our desire to have plain language and give examples that people can grab onto, it would be nice to be able to do that, but it's not absolutely required. Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Hobbs?
Thanks, Chair. And just in line with that, for the 9-story allowances west of the O train, where that is able to be done today. Have the landowners there indicated that that is something that they have wanted, or were there discussions with those landowners? Because my concern in this area is that there is an existing built environment, and people have lived here for years, and now we're looking at building something right in front. And so just as the low-rise residential neighborhood has a right to a compatibility, so do the owners that live behind in the higher-rise buildings. So I'm just wondering if any of the discussions with the landowners along Carling were insistent on keeping that 9-story designation.
Mr. Chair, the planning process has involved extensive consultation, and with sending of notices and flyers to affected property owners. It's up to the property owner to come forward to determine whether or not they want to attend the consultation. To the best of my knowledge, the property owners along the Carling Avenue, the property council you mentioned, hasn't really coming forward with any specific proposals for their lands.
All right, thanks. Because I know that when we started this process way back when, there was sort of a decision or a discussion on should the height be along Carling and then transition down into the neighborhood, or vice versa. And since this process was started, a lot of that height has appeared north of Carling. So it just seemed to be reasonable to me that where there is those opportunities to keep a sort of a 4-story along Carling, that we would do that in order to make the neighborhood look better and be more compatible overall to what is already existing. And so, I don't know. I know that there's a legal opinion, but I'm just wondering about, from your perspective and a planning opinion, what you think about that section.
Mr. Chair, Carling Avenue is identified as a arterial main street, and it is one of the priority areas for design and intensification. So from planning perspective, and I believe that the council provides very clear policy directions as to what's going to happen on Carling Avenue, or land use designations similar to that. And in terms of the context of this specific area, and I think I would like to just to point it out, I think these are the properties we're concerned about. And as you can see on the map, that these properties are very close to the Carling LRT station, and they're roughly about 120 to 180 meters or 200 meters away from the LRT station. And the lands south of Carling Avenue is also designated as a mixed-use center, and it's owned by Public Works and Government Services Canada, and their intent is also to develop over the long term. And so in taking into consideration the policy directions in the official plan from council, as well as what's happening in the surrounding areas, I believe that 9-story is appropriate in terms of following the council directions and the policies. It exists today. Yeah.
Only exists.
You just understand, if I'm the landowner, today, the zoning on the site permits me to build to 25 meters.
Yep.
And you're not proposing to augment that or reduce that.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it will be what it was today.
So I'll just clarify on that. Yes, the policy direction that exists today is 9 stories. The zoning that exists today is 25 meters. To the Councillor Hobbs' comment, well, the landowner wasn't necessarily engaged in the process. We're unaware they might have been engaged through an electronic means. They might have just been checking to make sure their property rights weren't being changed, that type of thing. So it's uncertain from that perspective.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering about the transition at 25 meters to what is directly behind it. Like, what kind of a transition is that, and how normal is that? They don't have a street in between them. And so, what does that sort of look like? And I understand the landowner's rights and the zoning that is in existence, but there's a huge built community right behind this, and we've been very worried throughout this process about the transitions to low-rise residential. And when we have transitions to high-rise buildings right behind. I'm just concerned about that, and because I know there was discussions further down, and we place buildings in different areas of a site to allow for that, and I know we don't have much room here to do that. And I'm just wondering too if you could comment on the size of these lots and sort of what that would mean.
It's a legitimate comment, a legitimate concern. I think our best solution, given the current permissions and zoning and the current policy direction, is that, the staff would look very closely at how a proposal would function on the site. We look very closely and work with the Urban Design Review Panel to look at the issues of transition and compatibility with the high-rise buildings and behind. So if a site plan came in tomorrow, those are the types of discussions we'd be having.
But would that come forward if this is, if it remains at 9, will those discussions come forward, and how are we assured that that kind of due diligence at site plan would occur? Because I know sometimes when we have, this is allowed, but you have to ask for an OPA for the remainder. It really allows for that process to take place, but... So, yeah. But that's what worries me about leaving it at the 9.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add to what Mr. Collins has just expressed, and the secondary plan policy actually introduced some provisions with respect to the relationship between the mid-rise buildings. And I think in this particular instance, from my professional opinion, it's not so much about transition in height, it's rather about managing relationship in terms of privacy, separation distances, and the shadow impacts and those kind of things. And I think those kind of things can be managed within the current provision and through a detailed review process, and I think we have some very good precedents in the past, and we can manage that.
All right. And the other question I have is in results to the priority zone for the public realm improvements, and just wondering if you could just sort of outline again why we picked that section and why we haven't picked sort of everything along the O train, and what was it about that section that is critical?
There are a number of key points that relates to the designation of the priority area, and the first. The intent is to support the LRT, and the LRT, as we know, that the council has a detailed plan for implementing the LRT, and the north-south LRT is going to become a reality in the near future. So public realm improvement relates to the LRT in order to facilitate a better pedestrian movement and to encourage more people to use transit. Makes great sense, and it also is a policy directions from council in the official plan. And the other aspects of this is certainly, we wanted to focusing on area where development occurs, and to the best of our knowledge, as shown on this screen, and there are the dots that show on the screen that shows where development actually occurred. So, certainly, there may be other things may change, may shift, but this is to the best of our knowledge. And the other important thing I wanted to mention is that in terms of how to implement the public realm improvements, and much of the implementation, the public realm improvements, is going to be delivered through site plan process. So as you can imagine, if we can somehow connect the dots in terms of finding out where site plan occurs and find ways to collaborate between different landowners and the city as well, and we'll have a greater chance to achieve the kind of thing that we would like to achieve. So this has to do with affordability aspects of public realm improvements.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess one of the reasons why I'm asking too is, as part of this plan to pay for all of these public realm improvements, and we're really happy about the public realm improvements, but there are some area-specific development charges that will probably be required, and my concern is from the perspective of this plan going forward and OMB challenges, have you heard much from landowners about assessing special development charges to this area in order to do this? Are they sort of willing on board to do this? Or?
Okay. we have presented this information to the focus group of the public realm and the mobility study, and the feedback we found we had from the stakeholders indicates that there is a general consensus about that and a general understanding about that. And in fact, the written submission that I received through the technical circulation period of the secondary plan also indicates that there is a general understanding and general support of a general consensus about the approach that we're taking in the secondary plan.
Okay. And just lastly, I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you put in this. I know, Randolph, you have been involved in this for many, many years, and this is a huge study, and I just want to thank you and everybody in the planning. There's been so many public consultations that have been really inventive and creative, and even out to people's homes, and I really appreciate everything you've done here. It's a huge, huge study. Thanks.
Thank you, and we have a wonderful team to work together, including our consultants from Toronto and from in town. And I really want to point it out that there are tremendous efforts made by residents, by the business people, and by the developers. And without their input and their involvement, we probably won't be here today to present to the planning committee a plan that may, there are still some specific issues, but I think that generally speaking, I have a sense that there is a general support of the directions of the plan.
Okay. So before we go to delegations, Councillor Holmes, do you want to provide some opening remarks?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This plan has been underway for over 10 years, starting on and off again for 10 years from the Bayview area down to Carling. So the area has been in a state of tension for that amount of time, wondering what was going to happen to the neighbors next door, what was going to happen on the main streets. So it has been a very difficult time for people who have been involved in this particular development planning process. The area has taken enormous intensification down at Bayview, very high buildings, really intensification that the community has agreed with and is prepared to support, and that has been a big success. Gladstone is also having some intensification, and that will be coming soon. In this area, the residents are quite happy to live with the intensification along Carling, and that is enormous intensification coming at some point in the future, and there is general agreement on that kind of intensification and where it is. So after 10 years, there are 4 motions today, which I think is a major success. The few remaining items that people in the area are concerned about that are before you today, and they relate to height usually, which is the situation for most of downtown. But I wanted to talk just for a minute about Little Italy, because Little Italy is a unique neighborhood, never replicated anywhere else around the city. From the 1940s and 50s, small buildings on small lots with often a business in the back. So it might be a little printing business, a car-related business. So Little Italy is a mixed-use neighborhood to be treasured, a mixed-use neighborhood in what is planned to be a mixed-use district. But one small piece of that bigger district is already a mixed-use neighborhood that we should be treasuring and supporting, because there is the walk and work in the area, not using the roads. So that is the kind of thing we should be advising happens in more areas. But here we have it. A special neighborhood that is a mixed-use neighborhood, and we don't want to undermine it. We want to make sure that we support it. And that is the way the people in the area feel. They treasure being on a street that might have a little business in a backyard. That is something that they support and want to see preserved. So to the main part, it is being preserved and supported, apart from a few of the zonings that are a little too high for the residents. So I want to thank the staff. It's been a very long time in the process, and it was interesting to watch the public realm study, because to see actually the costing done. as to what the public realm would cost and how we would get that money. And we certainly are going to need that area-specific development charge if we think we are going to do the work that is planned. Section 37s are pretty minor as far as money goes, and the 5% parkland is not going to provide the kind of funding we need to really turn this area around. It's going to take all three, Section 37s, 5%, and as an area-specific development charge. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to commend the staff, except for the 4 little problems that I still have, on the long time period, and thank the residents for actually surviving 10 years of planning. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor, so you've introduced your four motions, more or less. Councillor Hobbs, you have some that you want to introduce. If you want to do that now, so that people can speak to them.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just so that for the delegations that they'll be aware of the motions we're putting forward. But I do understand that we won't be deciding on motions today.
We'll be following the standard process by which we follow in when dealing with these issues. We'll move the motions. We'll give them nicely to Ms. Nedden, and they will be evaluated. They will come back to us at council. Those that she agrees with, that staff agree with, will be advanced through an omnibus motion, and those that they don't agree with, council will be free as they are to lift those and bring those forward. And that's the process that we use in the Centertown Plan, and we have used in policies throughout when we've dealt with these issues.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly highlight what the motions are. There's as part of the public realm study, we're looking to ensure that Bayswater Avenue, south of Gladstone, Champagne Avenue, and Beach Street remain classified as local roads, and I know that's been agreed to, but we just wanted to formalize that. And we also were looking to prioritize an area-wide traffic study of the Preston-Carling secondary plan study area once either 2,000 housing units or 1,000 jobs are added within the study area, using January 1st, 2006 as a baseline measurement. So just instead of waiting until all the development is done, having a good measure of the development done when we look at making alterations to traffic. So that's one motion. Another one is the request for the down zoning of those properties I was just asking about, so that we amend the section 4.1.1G to read mid-rise mixed-use development up to a height of 6 stories with a built form sympathetic to the surrounding low, medium, and high-profile residential buildings may be permitted along Carling Avenue between Loretta Avenue and Bayswater Avenue. And there's a number of other properties on there that are asking for that. And that's in order to deal with the existing built environment, which is high right behind there. Another notice of motion is that the mid-rise predominantly residential development up to a height of 6 stories with a built form sympathetic to the surrounding low, medium, and high-profile residential buildings may be permitted at the northeast corner of Loretta Avenue and Hickory Street. That's something the neighborhood wants, and I understand one of the landowners is against, but so that's probably will be spoken to today. And finally, just in terms of the area, the Queen Juliana Park, which I don't know if officially it is a park or not, but Juliana Park across the street, we're really looking for that to be to maximize usable, programmable green space to create a district park and ensure safe and convenient pathways for cyclists and pedestrians to access and move through the space from the study area and the greater civic hospital neighborhood, and that's because there could be a plan to build something on that site, and we just want to make sure that we have a significant green area and a way to get through there. And that the other part of that motion is to expand F. Tremblay Park through land acquisition and potential land swap options with adjacent development sites, because we're kind of limited how big we can make F. Tremblay Park, so we're looking for any option to leave that in there. And those are all my motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to public Oh, do you want to introduce that motion? Okay. Let's get all the motions on the table so that the public has an opportunity to speak to them, and then we'll go to delegations.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that that is the right approach to get them all laid out here. So this one actually deals with, and we'll get this into the mix here, deals with the district secondary plan, talks about Schedule B of the secondary plan that recommends a maximum building heights of 4 stories on lands municipally known as 75 Aberdeen and 30 to 36 George Street, and whereas these lands consist of the westernmost 32 meters of the north side of Aberdeen, the south side of George Street, immediately adjacent to the O-Train corridor, and whereas these lands are located within a mixed-use center area of the OP and within 600 meters of rapid transit, and whereas these lands are located within the Greenway Muse character area of the council-approved strategic directions that recommend maximum building heights of 9 stories on the lands, and whereas document 4 of the report states that planning staff concerns with mid-rise buildings at 75 Aberdeen relate to the ability to successfully transition height to adjacent low-rise development on George Street and to mitigate traffic impacts on Aberdeen, and whereas the lands at 75 Aberdeen have been consolidated into a broader parcel that will allow for redevelopment of the adjacent lands on George Street for the transition of mid-rise built form to the remaining low-rise development on the adjacent lands to the east. And whereas these consolidated lands create a through-lot condition that would allow for development traffic impacts on the dead-end condition of Aberdeen and George that would be mitigated, whereas the owners of the consolidated lands are proposing to develop a retirement home facility that does not presently exist at this scale in the surrounding community, and whereas the retirement home facilities typically produce higher densities with significantly less traffic than that of comparable residential apartment-type developments, and whereas the development on these lands beyond the 4-story height would be subject to a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control approval process, where the building and site development would be subject to rigorous design review and publicly engaged approval process. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning Committee approve an amendment to modify Schedule B of the district secondary plan to establish a maximum building height of 9 stories on the address known municipally as 75 Aberdeen and 30 to 36 George Street, an amendment to introduce wording to the policies within the Preston-Carling District Secondary Plan as they apply to lands municipally known as 75 Aberdeen and 3036 George Street to stipulate any development beyond 4 stories would be limited to a retirement home facility, and that such building and site design shall successfully transition to the adjacent low-rise development and seek to minimize traffic impacts on Aberdeen and George.
That was a mouthful, Councillor. I won't ask you to say that again. Not sure what it means, but I won't let you. So, Councillor Holmes, if you've got 4, and then I should have let you introduce them when you spoke, but if you just want to introduce the 4, and we'll get them on the table so people can speak to them.
I think most residents know of these motions, but just in case there are some people who aren't knowledgeable. Whereas the properties fronting the north side of Adeline abut a mixed-use neighborhood designation with a maximum height of 4 stories in the Preston-Carling District Secondary Plan, whereas the 9-story buildings on Adeline would be an overpowering presence and have a significant impact on the abutting mixed-use neighborhood, including loss of sunlight and sky exposure, therefore be it resolved that the maximum height for properties fronting the north side of Adeline be limited to 4 stories. Whereas Norman Street west of Preston is part of the mixed-use neighborhood in the Preston-Carling District Secondary Plan, and whereas the secondary plan allows for mid-rise development up to 9 stories on properties fronting the north side of Norman west of Preston, and whereas the maximum height of all other properties in the mixed-use neighborhood is 4 stories, therefore be it resolved that the official plan designation for the maximum height of properties fronting the north side of Norman west of Preston Street be such as to limit the height to 4 stories. Whereas the location and timing of development in the Preston-Carling district is presently unknown, and whereas it is necessary to ensure that public realm projects are implemented throughout the district to support the many new units permitted in the Preston-Carling District Secondary Plan, and whereas public realm priority projects over the next 20 years are currently limited to a priority area around the Carling O-Train station, therefore be it resolved that the area for public realm priority projects be extended to encompass all sites in the study area that may be developed in the next 20 years. Whereas the properties fronting the south side of Yonge Street abut the mixed-use neighborhood designation with a maximum height of 4 stories in the Preston-Carling District Secondary Plan, and whereas a 15-story development on Yonge would be an overpowering presence and have a significant impact on the abutting mixed-use neighborhood, including loss of sunlight and sky exposure, Therefore, be it resolved that the maximum height for properties fronting the south side of Yonge Street be limited to 6 stories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So those are all of the motions that are on the table. I won't say that someone won't be inspired to move something when we hear from the delegations, but at the present time, those are on the table.
Should just add, Mr. Chair, that Councillor Shirelli is moving the motion.
So we've got them, so they're all moved and they're all good. So, members of the committee, if there are no further questions, we're going to go to delegations. Jason Shelley or Debbie Bellinger, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Jason Shelley. I, along with Debbie Bellinger, represent 3 condominium corporations, Home, Radcliffe, and Norfolk.
Sorry, can you say that again? I didn't hear that.
3 condominium corporations, Home, located at 100 Champaign, Mr. Chair, the Radcliffe, located at 327 Breeze Hill, and the Norfolk, located at 330 Loretta. I'd like to begin by saying that we're comforted by the statements that were made this morning by staff that they'll assess the building heights in the context of Councillor Hobbs' comments that were made. Certainly, Mr. Chair, significant time and effort has been expended by members of the community and by the owners and residents of our clients. Dozens of meetings, petitions, meetings with staff and city, and hundreds if not thousands of emails and telephone calls when they're all tallied up. Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to begin with a reference to the report to the Planning Committee dated February 26, 2013, wherein it was provided that in order to guide a successful transformation of the Preston-Carling District, the planning principles and directions for the area need to be clarified and confirmed with conditions articulated to facilitate this transformation. We also think, Mr. Chair and councillors, that a recent decision of the Ontario Municipal Board, that's Ontario Municipal Board case number PL 120109/335, known as Roosevelt Avenue, provides some very useful guidance in the context where the member that heard that particular decision found that the community development plan had not factored into the reports of the city's planners or the developer's planner, much less did it describe their proposal, how their proposals conformed to the community design plan for that area. The member went on that there didn't appear to be any substantive attempt to address any policy dimensions of the height limitations in the existing planning documents, or even an attempt at a propositive analysis. Now, if I may, I'd like to make some comments about the district community design plan process and the consensus that our clients thought had been reached. In respect to the development plans embodied in the community design plan, our clients had understood that throughout the engagement and the consultations with the public and the residents of Hom, the Radcliffe, and Norfolk, that there was a consensus that the appropriate building heights for Loretta Avenue South and Hickory Street was 6 stories, whereas for Carling Avenue west of Loretta Avenue South, it was between 4 to 6 stories. It would appear, however, that consensus that was reached during consultation in respect of appropriate building height for Loretta Avenue South and Hickory Street and Carling Avenue west of Loretta Avenue South has been omitted from the draft secondary plan and the official plan amendment prepared by the city. So therefore, we see parallels with the 335 Roosevelt decision in that the consensus on building height proposals reached during public consultation has not tracked through to the draft secondary plan and the official plan amendment prepared. I'll give you some examples, if I may, Mr. Chair. We know that station area bounded by Champaign Avenue to the west is the area targeted for the highest density and the tallest buildings in the entire district, with transition towards the surrounding stable residential neighborhoods. However, the draft secondary plan and the official plan amendment push the station area west boundary further west in contemplation of buildings with heights of 9 stories, whereas during the community design plan, the process, there was a consensus reached that the appropriate height was between 4 and 6 stories. What's more, There's no rationale provided in the draft secondary plan and the official plan amendment as to how that transition from station area towards the surrounding stable residential neighborhoods is achieved with proposed 9-story buildings. We also know that the directions and conditions outlined in the February 26, 2013 report to the Planning Committee provide that with the exception of properties along Adeline Street, low-profile development to a maximum height of 4 stories will be permitted in areas flanking Preston. In fact, those areas west of Preston were identified for their predominantly residential character. So we know that great care and consideration was taken in formulating appropriate building height for those residential areas immediately west and east of Preston. However, it's not apparent on the face of the documents and the proposals that a similar degree of care was applied by the city in the draft secondary plan and official plan amendment for those residential areas west of station area that are identified as character areas in section 2.2 of the February 26 report to the Planning Committee. It's our client's position there's a significant deviation between the CDP, which identified character areas and stable residential neighborhoods to the west of station area, and the draft secondary plan and official plan amendment that's been formulated by the city. We also know that a great degree of focus and attention was placed on the importance of ensuring a transition at Adeline between high-profile developments and low-profile neighborhoods, as well as in respect of the western ends of street blocks between Preston and the O-Train corridor. There was a direction that the development incorporate low-profile elements to ensure a harmonized relationship with existing low-profile buildings within these blocks. However, when we get to Loretta Avenue South and Hickory Street, and indeed Carling Avenue west of Loretta, no similar attention or focus in ensuring an appropriate transition to these stable residential neighborhoods appears in the draft secondary plan and the official plan amendment. This, of course, despite the fact that the CDP process identified these areas being appropriate for no more than 4 to 6 stories in the case of Carling Avenue West and Loretta Avenue South, and no more than 6 stories in the case of Loretta Avenue South and Hickory Street. That goes to Mr. Chair, the point I made of the various meetings and petitions were made. Certainly at the community level and as far as our clients go, the position was that, or the position is that those views and those feelings were made clear at that time in respect of building height. Finally, Mr. Chair, I'd urge the Planning Committee to determine whether there have been any representations or comments that were received outside of the open consultation process, which could perhaps explain why the consensus reached on limited building heights during consultation was not included nor referenced in any of the draft secondary plan and official plan amendment documents. And if any such comments or positions were made, that the community, and particularly our clients, should be afforded an opportunity to review and to respond to them.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that is all for me this morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And you're talking about the corner of Hickory and Loretta, I guess, would we commonly call that the CCOC property?
The northeast corner, indeed.
The northeast corner, right. The sort of the orange in a sea of blue, if I was to look on.
I have to admit my eyes aren't strong enough, Mr. Chair.
I don't know. I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at that one. I'm looking at something. Okay, so that's the property you're talking about.
One of, correct.
One of, yes. Okay. There are a number. I guess there's some small singles on that. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Thank you. Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Shelley. So just a quick question to you. So you were under the impression that as a result of when we were doing the community design plan that these properties would be 4 to 6, and that was sort of your understanding going into this?
Councillor Hobbs, my client's position is that indeed a consensus was reached at appropriate building heights, as I stated, which are significantly different from what was put forward in the draft documents.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lucy Chapman is next.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing the comments today. My name is Lucy Chapman. I've been a resident in the Little Italy neighborhood since the 90s. And I'm actually a resident on George Street West. We're a fairly, as Diane described, a fairly mixed neighborhood. There's lots of blue-collar folks still in that neighborhood. I went around and spoke to many of the, well, all pretty much the neighbors on my street, most of whom aren't able to come today because they have jobs that they would lose if they were here, so simply because if they can't take the time off. So many of them asked for me to sort of be their voice. We're, generally in consensus that the development on the areas, the sort of dead areas that don't abut the existing four-story home, low-storied homes is a good idea. We think, you know, it's a fantastic neighborhood, get other people in there. We understand the need for densification. The areas like around Champaign and Carling, people accept that is a necessary thing that's going to happen. The problem for us, and I'll speak for myself, but these people that I'm speaking about are of the same mind. The difficulty are the 9-story and the 15-story stuff that's been sort of tagged onto it with no reason that really makes sense as far as we can see. We're happy with the thousands of units that are going to be added on the periphery, and it just doesn't make good common sense to us to really compromise an existing residential neighborhood for the sake of a few dozen other units. The Norman Street, it seemed, I met with one of the councillors last week, and it seemed like he gave me the impression that a lot of the councillors thought that the Norman Street thing was a done deal and that somehow an agreement had been made, but that's not the case, having been followed it. I think of it as a parent. If my kid came to me and said, I want $100 a week allowance, and then I caved in at 50, I would still be the putz. And it seems that that's what's happening. You know, these developers ask for a ridiculously high amount, and then they're given less, which is what they figured they'd get anyway. But you're still then, if I'm giving my kid $50 allowance, I'm still pretty much screwing myself. So it doesn't seem like a smart idea to do that. And my concern about any kind of approval of that Norman Street one is that it is the thin edge of the wedge. Councillor Blois has just introduced a motion today that no one in the community has ever heard about yet for some sort of a retirement home thing on Aberdeen and George, and that hasn't been mentioned anywhere yet. I feel really blindsided by that, and to me that just proves that the Norman Street project is the thin edge of the wedge, and I really suggest that you don't do it. It's one of the few neighborhoods, name me another neighborhood in Ottawa where thousands of residents and ex-residents come annually to celebrate it. It's a great neighborhood. People feel strongly about it, and I think that the low height is really important on those streets. George, which is abutted by Young, which is, can you circle that yellow thing at the top? That's where there's a 15-story thing. And by the way, that green space above it is just the scrub brush at the side of the Queensway. That's not a park. That's scrub brush with needles and nastiness. So that yellow one is what's recommended for 15-story. And then what isn't in it is the one Councillor Willis is suggesting today, is if you put another dot abutting it right below, no, further up, touch the other yellow dot at the top. Keep going, up, there. That's the 9-story that Rainer Blois is suggesting. So I have to say that the microclimate on George Street is really going to suck if that happens, because that's 15 stories on one side and 9 stories on the other. And we're the little 4-story people in there. And people are still growing tomatoes and basil and canning and doing great stuff, and there's real community participation in that area. And, you know, clog the perimeter, go nuts, shoot for the sky where there's no little houses. But, you know, the people who bought there, we bought there on an understanding that it was a certain thing, and it's really hard to have confidence in the city if stuff gets chucked at it willy-nilly and gets approved. And as a citizen, I really want to feel like confident in this city. It's a great city, and I feel like you guys have it in your hands, and I I really just hope that you look at it and consider protecting what is already a beautiful neighborhood and what won't be. It'll spread like a cancer. As soon as you let that 9-story in, nobody wants that in their backyard. Everybody's going to sell and sell and sell, and then you're going to be stuck with a neighborhood nobody wants to live in. So please, I just ask you to consider it. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for... Although...
Question?
You have a question for the delegation? Yeah. If you'd like to come back, Ms. Chapman. And just, I know everyone likes to applaud at great statements, but if I allow applauding, I'd have to allow the opposite, which is booing, and I don't want any resident to be booed or feel intimidated by clapping or booing or things from the public gallery. So I'd ask you to refrain from those type of expressions. So, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. Speaking of having confidence in council and in the city, can you tell me again when you learned of the Blois motion? I was at a meeting with one of the councillors this week, and it was sort of mentioned, and the first time I heard about it was 2 days ago, and I think that someone had got wind of it and circulated it to an email group that I was on, but it wasn't at any of the public consultation. There was, as far as I know, it appeared 2 days ago.
So what would you expect from council actions and this committee's actions and the staff action?
Well, I would expect that motion be looked at as representative of the kind of danger of allowing submissions from developers that are basically speculation when the surrounding neighbors have had no consultation, no information at all. It feels very backroomy, and I don't like that. That's not how I run. I'm a businesswoman, and if I lied to my clients like that, I'd be in trouble.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Joe Cordiano is next. Joe, sorry, did I say that wrong? Yeah, I'm known to have difficulty with names. Yeah, well, great with faces, terrible with names. Joe, come on up. Yeah, well.
Good morning. My name is Joe Cotronio. I'm the owner of Pub Italia and vice chair of the Preston Street BIA. Back in 2011, the Preston Street BIA presented their planning principles to the City of Ottawa. Present at the meeting was Mayor Jim Watson, John Moser, Diane Holmes, and City of Ottawa planners. Two of the most important points in the principles included protecting Preston Street and the side streets at their existing height. The future of Little Italy and a vibrant community hinged on this. I would like to bring to your attention that the area we speak about from Carling to the Queensway is 8 blocks long and 1 block east and west of Preston Street. 2 blocks have been taken up at Carling Avenue with the 30 to 50-story buildings. The Sacto building is in this area, and there are height talks for Yonge Street. That leaves 6 blocks. That's what we're looking at protecting. 6 blocks in length and 2 blocks in width. It's a pretty small area. And if you start allowing 9-story buildings on these side streets, you'll put an end to the community and an end to Little Italy. I do not believe we would be here having this discussion if consultants from Toronto did not propose the streets parallel to the O-train, the Muse as it was called, and promoting 18-story buildings at the time. The Norman Street builder jumped on board, possibly overpaying for property, and now they have to justify it with 9-story buildings to make it work. We should not have to pay for these mistakes. What happened since are more developers making offers conditional on height, like George Street. And I'm sure planners are aware of other projects that are in the making. I think we have to cut it short and stop it here to protect this small area. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
So, just so that I'm clear, the 9 stories you're talking about are Norman and Adeline.
That's right.
Right. So if we protected, say, Adeline, and that went back to low profile and there wasn't a transition, I'm solving half of your problem.
Well, I don't want to solve half the problem.
I know
what
know.
I'm getting at is it should all stay at 4 stories.
I hear you. I understand that. But the planning framework along Adeline, you would say, and you got to understand, it's the planning framework sets it out, the zoning implements it, right? So if the planning framework doesn't call for it, regardless of what happens on Adelaide or on Norman, in the rest of the area that's designated low profile, you can't then decide because it's done on Norman, it can be done on George, I guess is the other street, because the planning framework that we're hoping to approve today doesn't permit it. I'm just hoping you understand the distinction.
Well, you're saying that. I don't know how you're going to stop it.
Well, because they need the planning framework doesn't allow it.
Okay.
So you have to change the planning framework, which of course everyone said, which is every landowner's right to come and make an application. Doesn't mean that we have to approve it.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Holmes?
Just a question about the Mews. And, of course, the Mews is a street that has to be drained, that needs drains, needs connecting to stormwater management. It's a complete street that needed to be built. And when that was proposed by the consultant, did you think it would ever be built? Did you think that was a real?
No, I didn't think
Absolutely.
I didn't think it was possible. I mean, and at the time they were talking about bridges over to the other side too.
Yeah.
You know, saying that our area was disconnected from the rest of the community. Well, I guess some of these people have never lived in the neighborhood because the neighborhood has never been disconnected.
Never been connected?
It's very connected.
Okay. I just wanted to emphasize the fact that this neighborhood has been in turmoil because of the streets that were proposed to be built when they would never have been built. No developer was going to give up land and build a road with that kind of cost. It was fantasy land from Toronto, Mr. Chair, and has been extremely difficult on this neighborhood.
Well, we're not building it now, are we? We're not. No,
but that's what got the ball rolling.
Okay, good. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Lori Mellor.
Thank you.
Lori would like to come up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hume and honorary councillors. I'm Lori Mellor. I'm the Executive Director of the Preston Street BIA, and I'm here representing the members of the BIA in presenting to you our comments on this community design plan and specifically the Norman Street development. So just to, I believe that you have all seen our planning principles. We've presented them to you a number of times, and Joe has just spoken of them, Joe Catronio, but just to review, we consider Little Italy to be a unique cultural district, and we consider that protecting it is a key to the diversity of Ottawa. And part of protecting that is maintaining the scale and pedestrian friendliness of our urban village. The BIA has always believed that the height and density should be around the perimeter, which is Carling Avenue, Rochester, and Champaign, and the residential zones in what we call the stub streets should remain R4 zoning. Hit it. So we said yes to Claridge Icon. Go. We said yes to Soho Champaign. We said yes to Soho Italia. Look at all these towers. Go. And we said yes to Nuovo by Domicile, 18 stories. We're ringed. We played along. We said density is good for our business area, but it had to be smart density. It had to build a community that people want to be in. And we took all the towers. We didn't fight anybody. All we asked for are those 6 blocks. Go. Oh, and we forgot what's coming at the Dow Honda site. Go. So here's roughly what we're going to look like. Now, this isn't quite correct because that tower is wrong, and this Sacto tower is not that high. Okay, but roughly that's what we're going to look like, please. There's our changing skyline. Look at, we got the biggest towers in the city now. Please. So now we look at Norman Street. And the Preston BIA and the residents' associations, participated in this community design planning process for 10 years. And we all had a consensus that all the height would be around the perimeter and we'd have the R4 zoning in the residential zones. Then we brought in George Dark with his strategic directions report. He gave more height in these residential zones, but on the dead-end side, he put the road in because the residents are concerned that these little stub streets are not wide enough or long enough to take the increased traffic. And we're worried that if we have a fire in our house in the winter, a truck won't be able to get in. And so George Dark put that news into the strategic directions report. Councillor Burris walked on a motion, news is gone, but we've still got the height. We've still got the problem that the news was supposed to solve. So I think that you've made a significant change to the strategic directions report, and I don't think that this is defendable. So we went from the Preston Champaign secondary plan, which was R4 zoning, to the Carling Preston secondary plan, which is R4 zoning. Nothing changed except that strategic direction report, and you made a substantial change to it by removing the muse. The last question is why, at this meeting, is the community design plan showing 9 stories on Norman when it's not approved yet? Next, please. The other point is that we're getting all this height because we're a transit-oriented development area. The idea is you build the density and then people are going to take transit. So why is this development getting 0.85% parking? Aren't these people supposed to be taking the bus? Next, please. So here's Norman Street right now. Okay, have you guys seen this street? Look at it. 1 block that's looking from Preston to the west end. Next, please. Oh, there's a Soho Champaign building that's actually across the railroad tracks and 2 blocks away from us. So that's what the density is starting to look like. We're okay with that. Next, please. If you approve this Norman development, you're going to set a precedent. Sorry, I'd kill for some water. Water. A precedent that already is being followed through. We've got Councillor Gross again walking on a new motion for another 9-story tower. But this one, staff are opposing because a 9-story building would also create significant shadow and other microclimate effects on the abutting low-rise properties, and likely destabilize the neighborhood and compromise the secondary plan objectives. So what's the difference between George and Norman Street? George actually is going to have a road that connects the two streets between it. Next, please. So you have several motions in front of you. What? Oh, thank you, thank you.
And I'm going to have to ask you to conclude.
So please, vote yes to Councillor Chiarelli's Norman Street motion. Vote yes to the Yonge Street motion. Vote yes to the north side of Adeline. Vote yes for the public realm priority area extension, and vote nay on Aberdeen and George. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Miller? Councillor Holmes?
I wonder if you could just tell us the width of Norman Street.
I honestly don't know.
Well, it's 7.7 meters.
Yeah. And considerably narrower in the winter when we have 2 snowbanks and one lane of cars parked there.
In the report, it talks about the right-of-way, which is 15 meters. That's from front steps to front steps.
Yeah.
But the actual street is 7 meters from curb to curb. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation. The Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association, they'd like to come up. Karen Wright and Peter Eady. Eady? There you go. Got one right. You're up.
Thank you. My name is Karen Wright, and I am president of the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association, also known as CHNA. With me today are leaders from my planning, development, and traffic committees. The CHNA has actively participated in the extensive process leading us to this moment. Our positions and comments to previous CDP drafts are a matter of public record and can also be found on our website. Our comments today will be grouped in 3 topic areas: planning and development, public realm, and traffic. First, I have 3 matters to discuss under planning and development. The first, to improve certainty, the city must reject CDP guidelines that offer no specific height restrictions, only restrictions on the number of stories. I'll offer 2 examples to illustrate why clarity in this area is required. The city-endorsed Strategic Directions Report recommends building heights for the tallest structures to be in the order of 40 stories, with the additional condition that the maximum upset height limit shall not exceed 145 meters. In contrast, this secondary plan would allow buildings of 55 stories with no height restrictions. At 55 stories, we can easily expect to see building heights at between 165 meters and 220 meters, using 3 and 4 meters per floor. That's 14 to 52% higher than the 145-meter restriction recommended in the city-endorsed strategic directions. For comparison, a well-known 55-story building is the Bank of America building in New York, and at 291 meters tall, it is only 9 meters shy of Canada's tallest building, First Canadian Place. To give you another comparison, Place Bell across the street from City Hall is only 27 stories and 94 meters tall. That is less than half of what is being advocated for Little Italy. Our second example is found on the Carling side of the triangle lot between Carling, Sherwood, and Bayswater. This land is currently zoned at 25 meters, and the secondary plan would allow 9 stories to be built on this lot, fronting Carling, with an undefined height. Not providing a cap in meters as well as a number of stories would easily encourage a building height of 36 meters, using 4 meters per foot. This is an unacceptable situation when you realize this land abuts low-rise residential homes and faces existing low-rise bungalows across the street, resulting in inappropriate transition. Again, we request clarity by adding maximum height restrictions related to the current zoning. Today, any developer worth their salt will be able to use this ambiguity to upside or upzone and gain approval to build an oversized development. This leads to our second planning and development issue. A serious concern are height transitions between the new developments as they meet existing mature neighborhoods. Again, I'll provide an example. A height increase has been proposed for the corner of Loretta and Hickory to 9 stories. In the most recent version of the CDP, a 2-story podium has increased to a 4-story podium. This is all directly opposite existing 2-story homes. With respect to this example of poor transition, CHNA supports Councillor Hobbs' motion to cap the size of this location to 6 stories, with the added proviso that any podiums return to the 2-story podiums seen in the last draft that better blended with nearby 2-story homes. Our final planning and development issue is regarding high-rise separation. We note that the 20-meter minimum separation between high-rise towers, which was in the draft secondary plan, has been rewritten in this recent version with what appears to be a loophole that makes the 20-meter limit uncertain. We request this be clarified to avoid improper planning. Our second major area for comment today is public realm. Eve Tremblay Park. CHNA would like to go on record saying we are extremely pleased that Eve Tremblay Park is a stated priority for expansion and revitalization. Despite its modest size, it's one of the most, if not the most, well-used city park in Ottawa and is well situated near the proposed new developments as well as in the heart of the current neighborhood. Secondly, funding for public realm. Our residents request the city not rely exclusively on Section 37 and cash in lieu funds for improvement to the area. Present residents have a right to these enhancements today and should not have to first bear the negative impacts of intense development in order to receive them in some sort of perverse incentive plan. Queen Juliana Park. The city acknowledges in the secondary plan that as the area intensifies, there'll be increased demand on the provision of open spaces. We support our Councillor Hobbs motion to preserve green space in Queen Juliana, and we urge the city to work with federal government to find creative ways to preserve the park in its entirety. And trees, the CHNA requests the city supports the recommendations of PPG that the city modify their list of approved tree species so we can maintain a healthy urban canopy. This leads me to my final area of concern, which is traffic. Our neighborhood is envisioned as the western gateway to downtown. We are effectively the western side of the downtown core. As such, due to the lack of effective north-south arterials, our neighborhood is under pressure from commuter traffic seeking north-south routes. Despite this reality, we do not have the protections put in place today in areas such as Centertown, the Glebe, and other mature urban core neighborhoods. Measures such as restricted street entries, one-ways, traffic calming, etc. We ask that traffic calming measures be made a priority. To that, we support Councillor Hobbs' motion for a long overdue area-wide traffic study. We also support her recommendation that Bayswater Avenue and Beach Street remain local roads and that stronger language is required to reinforce this. Our final traffic comment is that CHNA vehemently opposes a vehicular bridge over the O-train tracks at Hickory. While the bridge currently proposed is pedestrian and cycling, we're concerned the public realm study recommends nothing to be done to physically preclude a future vehicular road over the O-train corridor, linking Hickory to Pamela. The CHNA sees no need today, nor in the future, for ease of access for cars from Preston to the residential area, except to ease traffic congestion on Preston and to move it into the residential community. If so much traffic will be generated that the city will need to create new roads to accommodate it, the rationale for intensing this district near a transit node is called into question. In closing, city staff has acknowledged that development has outstripped planning for years in this area. We believe our neighborhood has already accommodated unrestricted intensification and is being targeted for over-intensification. Our estimates were already well above the City of Ottawa's stated goals for urban intensification numbers. We need your help to ensure sensible restrictions are put in place to guide future development. The citizens of this area deserve concrete actions from the city that show it's serious about mitigating the negative effects of intensification on our downtown neighborhoods. We need the city to put effective measures in place now to achieve smart, healthy, and livable intensification. And I thank you for the extra time today.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? I'm just going to seek some clarity before we go. Let's go back to the 25 meters on where's Carling, I guess it is. Carling at...
Yes, Carling.
At Preston. The zoning is an arterial Main Street zone that gives you a height limit of 25 meters. What is the planning framework here give? You're not going to tell me that he's going to come in at 9 stories and say, well, 9 stories to me means 35, so you're going to give me 35. That's not what I read the secondary plan saying. Am I right or am I wrong?
The planning framework is 9 stories, which is the current official plan direction.
Right.
They'd have to go through a rezoning process to increase 25 meters. That process, we look at an actual proposal to specify heights of floors and everything.
Right, but right now, the height limit is 25 meters.
That's correct, yes.
Right.
25 is 25, that's the current zoning.
25 is 25. Right?
It would mean that the neighbors would have to look at each proposal that comes along and participate in the rezoning at great time and cost rather than having clarity in the CDP, which is the reason the CDP is being done.
So, yeah, but I'm not sure if so what you're saying is you want us to prescribe 9 stories at 25 meters.
I want to say, notwithstanding the number of stories being approved, the current zoning is XYZ, because right now a developer would legitimately say, well, you said 9 stories, or you said 55.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. I can't build 9 stories at 25 meters. Therefore, you must have had it wrong, and therefore I can move forward. And that would be the reason they would get probably approval at OMB, and we would be putting up with a backdoor planning process.
So you either prescribe a height or you prescribe stories. And you can have, and we've chosen to prescribe stories in the official plan, right?
That's the direction we're heading now. We've run into instances in the past where we've really shrink-wrapped policy. We've dictated the maximum building height and tied it to an actual specific meterage, and we're in a situation where we have to go through an official plan amendment for 0.5 of a meter, for example. So we've moved away from shrink-wrapping the policy. The policy is more the intent, the direction, and the number of stories. Realistically, we know generally the range of stories for built form, whether it's office or commercial, and so we're relatively comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hobbs? No, we're not, this is time for us to ask you questions, not for you to ask us questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And there are really no questions there. You get to make a submission, and we get to respond. But go ahead.
Yeah. And
go ahead. You have
I
a
get to ask a question, yeah.
You can ask a question.
Form it as a question.
Fair warning. Yeah, this is a question.
You can ask a question.
Karen, we were talking about the 2-story podiums, and that's sort of the direction for mixed use and the direction that we're doing. And so could you just reiterate the concern about the 2-story podiums in relation to the overall height?
Yes, thank you. In all of the drafts of the CDP, if a mid-rise building was put on that location, and up until now it had been 6 stories, only more recently moving to a proposal of 9, but always the podium, the bottom part that meets the street, if you will, was a 2-story building to better match the local area homes, which are all 2 stories. The last version, which came out, a week ago, has mysteriously bloomed to 4. We are a little at loss as to why 4 stories is now appropriate, because that would make virtually a wall opposite 2-story homes. So that is our concern, that it's a very last-minute change, which is quite dramatic.
I'm just wondering if I could ask staff that question now or later, Chair. Just in terms of that, could you respond to why 4, not 2, and how that relates to the overall height?
Mr. Chair, it's a process of discussion about proper building form policies for the specific site, and that's the site that we're talking about, which is at the corner of Loretta and Hickory. And just a little bit of a history. And back in February this year, and we had extensive consultations with the community association, and we reached a preliminary conclusion that a 6-story building that might be suitable for this location. And so we did indicate to the representative of the community association that and this is a very preliminary, and when we move forward we may hear some other comments from other stakeholders. And so a few weeks later, when we presented this information to the focus group and with the owner and these properties in attendance, and we immediately received the comments from them in terms of their concerns about the 6-story height restrictions. And then moving forward, and we also presented the version of the 6-story, the preliminary version at a public meeting in February 25th of February. But then after that, extensive consultation has occurred with both parties involved in the meetings, and through those consultations, we felt that a 9-story is appropriate with proper building form policies. And the proper building form policies included a podium and the location of the higher components and the relationship with not only the existing low-rise building but also the existing high-rise buildings to the east. With respect to the provision of the change of the modification to the provision for the podium itself, and I think the community association is quite correct to point it out that in the previous versions we speak to 2 to 3-story podiums. It's not 2-story. We speak to 2 to 3-story podiums in response to the low-scale neighborhood. But since when the draft secondary plan was circulated, we also received the submissions from the property owners in terms of pointing out to the existing 4-story podium of the 12-story homes building developed by Domicile along Hickory. And we evaluated that, and we felt that this minor modification to that particular location of the height of the podium is not going to impact on the objectives of the secondary plan moving forward. Actually, it's going to create a more uniform type of frontage along Hickory Street, which is a low profile. A 4-story building is a low profile, is a low stories of low profile. So that's sort of a little bit of history about the change of the wording in the secondary plan.
Oh, sorry, no. So that does mean that the 4-story podium, if it is a 4-story, would be 4 stories, considered 4 stories, and you don't start after that?
No, it's yeah.
Because there is the 25-meter as well right now in existence, and so,
no, the 25-meter has to do with the properties on Carling Avenue and the zoning for Hickory Street. Northeast, there are 2 different type of zonings on these there, because they're under 3 different ownerships, and I think there will be some delegations coming forward to speak to their opinions. There are 3 different owners, and there are 2 different zonings allowed on these properties. There is a 6-story zone and a 4-story zone. And the policy that I'm speaking to is if a 9-story building is to occur here at this location, and we would like to encourage a 4-story podium along Hickory and a 2-story podium along Loretta, and a 9-story component somewhere on the site with a substantial setback from the streets.
Okay. I just I want to thank the CHNA members for supporting the motions that I have forward. And I'm just wondering, is there anything that I'm missing in there? Is there something that you wanted to further identify?
This is why I wanted the mic. You know that through a gift, let's call it a gift from a developer rather than Section 37, there's $30,000 that our association had that Dana has somewhere in a bank account in this building, that we voted as an association to give towards a larger area-wide traffic study. So if the average traffic study is $150,000, we've already got 20% of that. So council or planning development committee should know that as part of it.
If we're prepared to pass a motion at council in a couple of weeks that says we will do that traffic study, I would assume we'd be looking for the budget for that, and that $30K could then be reallocated to fix an intersection or do something to immediately address traffic concerns in the area. Would you be okay with that? Or
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karen, sorry.
Just have one that you asked if you were missing anything. And the only thing I would say is I haven't really had a lot of time to look at all of the other motions. However, I want to ensure that despite the proposal to ensure that down the road other areas for public realm monies get evaluated, I do want to ensure that that doesn't move away from the identified projects for the short term, because those have been identified with a lot of consultation with the residents. Ev Tremblay Park is a good example. If we don't expand that now, it will never happen. And that really is the only half-decent size city park for Little Italy. It's right in the core there. It is right on the border between a couple of community associations, so I know everybody has their own things they care about. This one really is smack dab in the middle, so that would be an example of something that is a priority for us and I would really not want to see removed.
Thank you very much for being here today. Thanks.
Thank you.
And for hosting the public meetings, Kathy and George. Thanks.
Kathy Kennedy is next. Oh, perfect. You are George Lang. Oh, perfect. Oh, keep it going. Now we're going to run into problems here. Luciani Pradel? Luciano Pradel? P-R-A-D-A-L, Luciano? Okay. Well, I'll call him again. Eric Darwin is next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Darwin, resident of the area for a long time. Up on the screen now is a base map. I want to make sure that councillors realize that the Carling-Bayview study, the Carling-Preston study, is part of a larger neighborhood as well. Next. There was originally a Bayview to Carling CDP which was aborted. It was studying the entire area. Subsequent to this being aborted, we broke the neighborhood up into 3 separate studies. Next. The Bayview Preston end is up on the screen. That's at the north part towards the Ottawa River. Next. And I want you to notice that there are a number of dead-end streets there. Walnut Street, Primrose, Elm, and Spruce, all of which remain zoned at 3 stories. Then there's the Preston Gladstone CDP in the middle, which is coming to you guys soon, and it has its own series of dead ends. Oak, Laurel, Larch, and Louisa, which are all staying 4 stories. And then you come down to the Preston Carling CDP, which is here today. And on it, there are dead-end streets at George, Aberdeen, and Pamela, all 4 stories. And I think you can see that there's a pattern here that all of the dead-end streets are staying 4 stories. Now, there are a few exceptions. At the very bottom of your chart, you'll see there's a purple line. That's Sydney and Adeline. Those 2 streets are going to be connected, so they're no longer dead ends. And then there's Yonge Street right at the Queensway. It's different from all the other dead ends because it has a turning circle on the end. So, and these, the Yonge and the Adeline, are also subject to motions here before you today to right-size them. So do the right thing and make them 4 stories as well. Now, there's Norman Street. That's the only street that's left. That's the dotted street in the center there. It's got a bipolar zoning. The south side is to be zoned 4 stories and the north side 9 stories. Notice that on the south side of the street, we should have turned, it's all small houses, and on the north side there's a former garage, which is where Taggart is proposing their 9-story building, taking up that whole block. The street is just 21 feet wide. That's curb to curb. I suspect that a number of you have driveways in front of your houses that are wider than this street. Here's what the street looks like. There's a lot of nice little houses. In this one, you can even see the O-train path right there on the right. Next one. No, you went backwards. There's more of the cute little houses on the street. Not all of them are so well kept as that one. The next one here is right beside the O-train path. That belongs to Taggart. And I would also like to point out that the railway right-of-way, the O-train path, which shows up on your maps as this ginormous green pathway right through the middle of all the maps, isn't actually that big. You know, the Crayola makes the color look really big on your maps. In fact, the right-of-way in this part here is only 16 feet from the chain-link fence on the left to the chain-link fence on the right. So the O-train path is not hugely wide. And in the next picture, we have the Soho Champagne and the new pathway that's to go on that side of the O-train. That gives you an idea of how it gets squeezed in beside a high-rise apartment building and why we are not so thrilled with Taggart's proposal to put a 9-story building there. So there is a pattern of low-rises all the way along the dead ends. With one exception, well, half an exception, and that's the north half of Norman Street. So in the midst of this continuous low-profile character area, the only unique attribute to this site is that it's being rezoned from 4 stories today to 9 stories. So when George Dark appeared here last year, he told Planning Committee that the dead ends could only support mid-rises if they weren't dead ends. If I paraphrase him, he basically said, don't do it. There are lots of areas zoned for mid and high rises along, Randolph, next one. These are the areas zoned for high rises in the area, high rises and mid rises along the O-train. They're up to 45 stories. So why should we have one anomalous situation on one dead-end street? It attracts developers like flies to honey. We already see one amendment here today from a laggard that wants his 9 stories of the pie for a senior's residence. So the Planning Department's proposal for the north half of one block in Norman is clearly anomalous. Myself and neighbors have bombarded the Planning Department with objectives. It should be the next one. The one before that. Yeah, maybe that one. We've bombarded the Planning Department with objectives, and the Planning Department has retreated, or they've been beaten back, whatever, block by block on all the dead ends. They started out wanting all the dead ends in this part of Little Italy to be 9 stories, and it was the strength and logic of our points to the planning team that led them to retreat on Pamela, George, and Aberdeen. And we've had the same fights in the Gladstone CDP, and the department has been routed on the Louisa, Balsam, Larch, Laurel, and Oak dead ends as well. Last one, Randolph. Next one after that. Next one. So the planning justification for the north side of Norman is very weak, dreadfully weak. And I'd ask the committee to put it out of its misery and leave it zoned 4 floors like all the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm not sure that I would agree with your characterizations of retreating and the language that you use, because I think that in the case of what Mr. Dark Vader, as you called him, said, that in the original directions document, these people said, whoa, we got to take a better look at this because we're not quite sure that it's the right thing to do. Lo and behold, they went off and took a look at it and came back and said, good, we were right. So if that's a retreat, I'm not sure that's a retreat or you know, an appropriate tactic on our part to encompass those what the, I guess, the community was saying. So I'm not sure I characterize it. I would characterize it in a similar term, and I'm not sure that you had to beat them back, because I'm not sure that they were, you know, advancing forward. But are there questions for Mr. Darwin? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Michael Powell. Mr. Powell would come up.
Thank you, Councillor, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Powell. I'm with one of the residents' groups, and I'm very happy to be here. It has been a long time getting to this point, and as Councillor Holmes said earlier, there's been a lot of movement forward, and we're looking to fix up the little bits and get a perfect plan. So I think it's worth starting with what the community is looking for from a community design plan. The first thing is that we want something that sensibly guides the growth of our neighborhood. We all know that the Little Italy neighborhood and the area around the O train is changing, and what we want to see is that it grows in a direction that preserves the parts that are useful, that we like, but also welcomes new neighbors. We want a plan that, and I say create here, but really we have an urban walkable neighborhood with ready access to transit, where what we want is a bigger urban walkable neighborhood with access to more transit, and that's what we're working towards. And again, we want something that preserves and enhances what makes our community great. And that's a community that is, as low-rise, as human scale in many places, and has access to the shops and services that make it able to get about. So that's good. So I think it's worth just taking a look first, and you've seen a lot of people talk about areas where there's, we'll say, a broad agreement or grudging agreement in some cases on what's being proposed in terms of density. And so there's already in this plan, we've added a traditional Main Street zone along Beach, which adds a fair amount of density. Of course, along Champaign and former industrial railroad lands, there are new condos being proposed. Along Rochester, there's a row of 18-story towers, including the one from Domicile, which was just approved, which is a very nice building. And then, of course, there's the 200 or so stories of condos that are proposed for the corner of Preston and Carling. I don't have it highlighted, but obviously there's more stuff that will likely happen in Queen Juliana Park as well. This is just in this section of the neighborhood. Again, it would take 10 minutes to walk from Carling to the Queensway. As you head farther north in the Bayview area, as well as in the Gladstone area, there's also going to be substantial redevelopment. So there's going to be a lot more density coming in. So what we've been pushing for throughout this process is to preserve the residential character of the neighborhood. And as you've seen in other presentations, our focus has never been on stopping high-rises at the periphery, but making sure that those residential areas in the neighborhood that are there are protected. This mostly preserves, the CDP, or the secondary plan, mostly preserves these low-rise residential side streets in the community. Most of the existing building stock that's on those is 1.5 to 2-story single homes. And again, with a 4-story zoning, there's actually a fair amount of potential density in there as well to double or triple the number of people over time. And And what I think that is really important to underline there is that what it allows for is a gradual change in the community, that you can have an opportunity for really creative infill that, again, keeps that human scale and gives people a choice in the sorts of places that they live. So it's not just all apartment-style condos, whether it be 9 or 40 or 50 or however many stories. And I think it's worth highlighting that all original versions of the plan, really up until this final draft, treated all of these residential side streets as basically the same, that it didn't distinguish between some types and other types. So we also treat them and think it still makes sense to treat them as the same. So let's look at where the preserved low-rise areas are. So there's up north, there's lots of little areas. And one area where I don't have a fancy red line for is actually along Railroad Street to the west of the O train tracks, which was removed from the study area early on because it's a very healthy low-rise neighborhood. And so there should really be a little red arrow there. Where we get into, and where I think Councillor Holmes' motions speak to, is some of the sort of trouble bits that need to be ironed out. The first is up at Yonge Street, which is proposed for 15 stories near the Queensway, and again, paralleling to a nearby 4-story neighborhood. We think it makes more sense for that to be a lower, again, with lots of room for density. On Adeline Street, and there's been some discussion, I know, Mr. Chair, you focused on this in your questions to staff. We think that there's plenty of room for transition. And if you look at what's proposed for Rochester, and I know you highlighted this, the comment from Mr. Lang was that we have to look in the broader context of the neighborhood, that they're anticipating higher buildings in the former in the Booth Street complex, bringing down to 18 and then to 4. I would point out that Adeline really transitions from Carling, where you have 48 stories, moving to 18, and then to 9 and 4. And we think it's very sensible that you would go right to the 4 from the 18, because if you look at the broader context of the plan, you have the full story here. And then, of course, we get to Norman Street. And really, I guess we should also talk about the proposal on that Councillor Blois has brought forward as well for the seniors' residence or whatever it may be. And we have the big star there because that's the big issue that we've been focusing about in printing T-shirts and bags and having all sorts of fun getting to know each other. But what about Norman Street? So the original plans all made it very clear, I think, that in the context of a street that remains a dead end, that 4 stories is right. And that was in both the charrette and the strategic direction as passed by this committee, but before it was amended by council. And we think it had it right. You have to keep the profile low on the narrow residential side streets. Basically, you can spit from one side of the curb, from one curb to the next, and that's probably not the place where you want to put a 9-story building. We think it unnecessarily undermines the residential feel of the neighborhood. I think that, again, you've seen pictures in other spots. These are characterized by low-rise, very low homes, single-family homes facing very large buildings across. And then I think it undermines the consistency of the CDP to put a 9-story building in this spot. Again, all the original plans treated these side streets as the same. In other areas of the community, they were all treated as the same. And we think that that makes sense to keep that. And we don't want to see further, thin edge of the wedge moving in the other direction. And finally, I just want to talk about the public realm plan, because I think it's really important. A CDP should be about more than where do the buildings go. There's an ambitious public realm plan here, developed through extensive consultation. And the one thing where it really didn't have the same consultation was narrowing it to the specific study area. And we think that from a very practical standpoint, we should keep the flexibility in the plan, that all the funding provisions that come from it should go for the study area. We see it as one neighborhood, and we don't see it why it should be narrowed. And I know there was conversation that said there's already the flexibility in there. Let's just make sure the flexibility is really in there and keep the plan. And so, plan for the whole community, and let's include the whole community. So in conclusion, I know I'm over time, thank you. Let's be consistent. Let's protect all the elements of the low-rise residential part of the neighborhood. There's lots of additional density in the plan, including in the residential areas. There's no need to push the limits. And let's expand the priority zone for funding community improvements to the entire study area. So that's it in 6 minutes or less, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Powell? No? Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Casagrande, if you'd like to come up.
wondering if I could get a second or third chair.
Okay, well, Mr. Casagrande, you didn't tell me you were coming up with more than one person. If you had said Brian Casagrande, that's it.
I'll do that next time, Mr. Chair, for sure.
What's that? He didn't know how many friends he had, yep.
I do in a minute. Once he's about to speak. Actually, you could bring it up. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of Planning Committee. My name is Brian Casagrande. I'm a senior planner with Fotan Consultants. I'm here today on behalf of two clients for two separate properties with really two separate areas of interest. Firstly, this gentleman to the far right is architect Angelo Spadola. I will speak on behalf of his development interests first, and then secondly for Mr. Casey from Arnon. Mr. Spadola and Fotan are here on behalf of 75 Aberdeen and the properties on George Street that have had some discussion earlier today, specifically 30 to 36 George Street West. These lands represent the western 32 meters worth of Aberdeen and George. They're directly abut the existing O-train line, which is to the west. The lands abut a 2-story chiropractic clinic to the east on Aberdeen, and a 4.5-story office building exists to the south of Aberdeen. And then the abutting building to the east on George is a 2-story residence, and there's similar 2 to 2.5-story residences on the north side of George. Prior to retaining Fotan, our client was monitoring the secondary plan process independently, including the preceding strategic directions report that was approved by City Council. The strategic directions report recommended a 9-story maximum building height on these lands, a height that was deemed acceptable for my client's future development intentions. It's important to highlight this in response to the first delegation, which implied that the Councillor Blois's motion comes out of thin air. It doesn't. The directions report had always envisioned 9-story development, and there were, of course, the mews to go with it, but that was the basis of my client's interests. And I would like to say that although the directions report is being criticized now as Toronto or Fairyland or however it was being categorized, in my view it was responding to broader OP objectives, which staff are acknowledging in their document 4 that may no longer be being met by the change in direction that they're proposing with respect to the mews, specifically the density targets that are in the official plan. City planning staff are now recommending a maximum 4-story building height on these lands, and that change in direction was not anticipated by our client and not known until the draft secondary plan was provided last month. So upon learning of this change, our client retained Fotan, and we prepared a letter documenting these concerns to city planning staff, requesting a rationale for the change. Aside from a discussion that I appreciated having from Ms. Sneddon, we didn't really fully understand the breadth of that rationale until receiving the staff report that was released last week. Now, document 4 of the report specifically responds to the prospect of higher heights on 75 Aberdeen Street specifically, and cites concerns over sun shadowing and microclimate impacts associated with those greater heights. It also cites concerns regarding increased traffic impacts given the dead-end street condition that might be triggered by any increased density. So it's important that the committee understand that the subject lands have been expanded since my letter and my discussion with Ms. Sneddon. They're not just limited to 75 Aberdeen, but include the corresponding lands behind them on George Street to the north. As a result, the subject lands and the land holdings offer the opportunity to transition a 9-story built form from the west to the east, so as to eliminate any impacts from shadowing on the adjacent low-rise buildings. Equally important is the fact that the land holdings offer the ability for development to circulate from Aberdeen to George Street, and that a retirement home land use typically generates substantially less traffic than a residential development.
So I'd like to turn it over briefly to Mr. Spadola. There's two images that he's managed to cobble together for the committee's consideration. They're purely conceptual. They're the very first concepts. I saw them about an hour ago prior to this meeting. And they're simply meant to demonstrate his idea on how he can deal with and transition the concerns that would be related to the height and the traffic that might develop on this property. And it's important to identify that we're simply asking for the secondary plan to offer the flexibility for a zoning process and a site plan process to follow, where such an application can be evaluated by staff, where there's public consultation and opportunity for that, where effectively it could be rejected or modified if in fact it was deemed unreasonable relative to the planning considerations. Mr. Spadola?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to be here today, first of all, because it looks like they were the only proponents to come to you here today and present a project that is community-oriented. I heard you asking your colleague earlier this morning what was these projects that would be beneficial to the community. Well, this is one of them. It's a retirement home. A retirement home is a project that is needed for the community, for the city, for the region. And what you're about to see here today is not exactly a final design or final proposal. This is what we call a schematic design, an idea, and how we would like to address the issues at the moment that the city planners have indicated already to us. I have heard very concerned all the issues today by the residents, and I believe we can address all of them, just giving us a chance. What a retirement home requires is not necessarily a high profile or another icon, another tall buildings. We're not in for that. We are in to build a building that is functional, that is commodious, that has got the right requirements, and that is a place where one could spend their last days of their life. We see that there's a great opportunity in this particular location because it's surrounded by, vitality, activities, restaurants, and very vibrant. And not to mention the fact that it's on the side of this muse, or this promenade, that we would like to take advantage of that is set properly for us, where we could extend our summer outdoor activities. And for insofar as the height that we are asking is because we have to accommodate a certain amount of space for these rooms that we would like to build. The number is anywhere between 120 to 150,000 square feet of contiguous space. That means all from a little theater for the community. We're building a little bar where you can have a bar mini cafe, a dining room at ground level. We're having assisted care floor. We have a memory care floor. We are dedicating an entire floor for a lower income people, and the rest will be standard retirement facility living. One thing that I must say is that the use is proper. It generates less traffic. Our project will generate less traffic than what the street and the service industry already produces, like a body shop garage. And to the south of us, we have an office building, a 4.5-story office building. Our proposal generates way less traffic, and we have parking below grade. In addition, we have, I don't have a mouse here. The planners are controlling the project right now.
You're way over time. We're going to have
Okay,
to
that's it. The circulation will be left from George, come out from Aberdeen, and this is a street view from the Mews.
Thank you for that. You want to do your next one, and then we'll call for questions.
So on behalf of Arnon, and I'll turn it over very quickly to Mr. Casey, but they own a number of lands that FOTEN wrote in to Mr. Wang about in response to the CDP or the secondary plan, specifically 450 Rochester, 544 Rochester, 785 Carling, which includes 560 Rochester and 548 Rochester, and 855 Carling and 140 Hickory.
After 10 years, I'd like to commend the committee on moving this to some semblance of completion. I have one series of concerns, and it deals with the subject of public realm and a special area development charge. The city just recently approved development charge for the entire city that was to take in all appropriate projects. I attended the meeting on the public realm improvements that Mr. Wang referred to. I was not pleased with the meeting. The numbers that were thrown around, $80 million plus, with a lot of it being spent on Carling Avenue and Rochester Street, struck me as being things that serve the greater city. And now to find that pocket of 80 million could be dumped on 4,000 units, spent another $21,000. It smacks one in the face quite significantly. You add that up on top of your Section 37, the existing development charge, your building permit fees, and you take your commitment to affordable housing and you start really having serious concerns about whether you are committed to affordable housing, and if so, in this area. So I've come up with a solution because it's not fair to criticize without one. The city needs to come to the table and be part of the process. The city doesn't come to the table currently. This is an area of town, and if you have read your reports, it says that there's no servicing required, the existing services are there, everything's fine. And so you have an area that doesn't need development work or development funds infused for that part of it, and you're going to take a parking lot that's maybe generating $70,000, $80,000 and turn it into $1 million plus cash cow for the city from all the condos that are being built. And I think it would be appropriate for the city, in order to advance and reduce the impact on these people that are already paying one development charge, or will pay one development charge, to consider taking 6-7 years worth of the incremental increase in the tax base and applying it to the public realm expenses in this area. I think this can be the model going forward. I mean, this is a first, what you're doing here, the massive scale of what you're doing, and I really believe that it can be a model for the redevelopment of other older areas of the city, and I think that you should consider my tax idea. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I just want to be clear about what you're recommending. We put an area rate on the area to fund the public realm improvements?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm opposed to a special
I know that. I heard that.
And I want you to take the taxes that you're going to generate from all the new condos You know,
You want us to take the tax increment and use
for
that
5 years
finance.
and contribute that back to pay for the public realm improvements.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for, we'll go ahead.
Question to staff on that proposal. So we would take the increase in taxes from built condominiums and invest that back in the community for public realm. How do we do that? What's the legal capacity? How would we actually do that?
Mr. Chair, if it were to be done, there wouldn't actually be a direct link of the money from the additional development to what's taking place. I would expect that a calculation would be done of the tax increment, and then an allocation of money based on that calculation would be spent on that area. I think that's what Mr. Casey has in mind.
So we have the legal capacity to do that, is what you're saying?
It's a policy rationalization that I don't believe council regularly makes, but it's technically legal.
Okay. So has it been done anywhere before?
I would not know that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So no other questions for the delegation? No. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks,
Mr. Casagrande. Jamie Liu, if you'd like to come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Jamie Liu, and I am a law professor at the University of Ottawa and a practicing lawyer. Today, I come before you as a resident of the city. I live on Norman Street, but I also represent the many residents who couldn't be here today because they had work obligations and day jobs. We formed a community group called Save Little Italy, and the views I'm representing today are from that group. We live on the smaller streets that many of my colleagues and co-residents here have presented to you today, the short, dead-end residential, family-oriented streets. As you can see, I'm expecting my second child, and many of the streets are filled with our children playing, and hopefully will be there for the years to come. In our 5 minutes together, the Save Little Italy group hopes that the Planning Committee will take our concerns into consideration, and there are 4 points I want to make with you today. The first is that, as you have heard from many of my colleagues today, we are not opposed to development or intensification. And we do not oppose the height proposed along the Carling Corridor and on Rochester Street, for example. And we feel that we have compromised and been realistic in our approach to giving space to a growing and popular community. In doing so, we feel we are not asking a lot by protecting the small postage stamp areas in our small family-oriented residential streets. The current height designation of 4 stories planned for all the dead-end streets except Norman and Yonge will meet the city's goals for intensification. And as it is, it will intensify a community of largely 2-story century-old houses. All we ask is for a small area of the community to be zoned alongside the rest of the plan. As some of my fellow residents have said, it's only a 6-block area, and we want it to be consistent with the rest of the residential streets and with the 2 other development plans that have been up for discussion at the city. Secondly, we in the community fail to see what is the planning rationale for this anomalous 9-story height designation on Norman Street. It, in effect, creates a sore thumb in an otherwise low-rise area. Why is this site different than the rest? And the community is left to speculate that preferential treatment is being given to property owners who are actively asking for a specific development to be allowed. I can say that in our community, we are concerned that allowing this one exception will not only lead to other large developments creeping into our neighborhood, and our fears are supported by Councillor Blois's walk-on motion today of an increase in the height designation on Aberdeen and George Street, for which there has been no public notice or consultation. Third, I want to say that from a planning perspective, the community feels that the plan or the staff report did not adequately address our concerns regarding the width of the street and how it could handle the increase in traffic or parking from a height designation of 9 stories. The ability for emergency vehicles to move around, especially in the winter, and how such a narrow street can physically fit, given that many of our children already share such a narrow street with vehicles. And while we recognize that the city is aiming to reduce vehicular traffic and encourage alternative means such as bicycling and public transit, not everyone will use these alternative means, and we feel that this issue has not been fully addressed. My last point surrounds the process. The community feels that we have not had our voices adequately heard, and this has been most recently highlighted by the fact that the staff report barely mentions the concerns of 43 residents, the Dalhousie Community Association, and the Preston Business Improvement Association. In any case, this is an opportunity for the city and for the planning committee to seriously listen to the community. Our concerns are not just light, but revolve around legitimate concerns over the lack of planning rationale for this unique state of development on Norman Street. We implore the planning committee to look at the big picture and beyond the application brought by one property owner, to think about what is truly best for the neighborhood. What is recommended for every other street is 4 stories, and we hope that the same will be recommended for Norman Street. I want to close by reiterating that the residents of Little Italy support the city's efforts in intensification, but allowing our narrow family-based streets to be invaded by this one tall eyesore will destroy what makes Little Italy attractive. 9 stories from a planning perspective does not respect the social and cultural characteristics that have kept the area a main street and historical go-to place. Tall buildings have a place, but not on Norman Street. We are not asking a lot, and we hope that the city and the planning committee will do the right thing and listen to your fellow citizens who live in Little Italy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Blows?
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. I just want to correct one impression. You were present in the meeting that Councillor Holmes organized last week that I was part of, and at the time I referenced the motion. I didn't have the wording at the time, but I did reference it. So, and I think you heard some of the presentations talked about where it had been in the mix with staff. So this is not, I mean, this is not completely new. There had been discussions with various stakeholders in terms of heights and everything else for this property and other property. I just want to correct the impression that it suddenly appeared mystically this morning, because it actually had been already with staff. Staff has actually worked in some forms on it. Obviously, they don't see it that way, but it didn't suddenly just appear here, and I did mention it in the meeting with Councillor Holmes last week that you were at.
Thank you, Councillor Blaise. For me, yes, I did find out about it before this meeting, but for many of my neighbors, they only found out about it this morning. Okay. I did try in my best efforts to communicate to my neighbors that this was going to be coming to the fore today. And to be honest with you, while staff might have had the opportunity to review this in the past, to be honest, the residents and the community have not had an opportunity to look at this proposal or this idea, or to respond or be consulted on it. And so in this respect, we feel that there has not been any public consultation or discussion or notice even to the community. Thank you.
Great. No, that's fair. And I think, as the chair had indicated at the beginning, the various motions are going into the mix back with staff to be digested in some way or other. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you for your presentation. Jane Mountford. Don't know if I got that right. Sorry. Okay. We'll note that she was here, but she had to leave. Murray Chown. Mr. Chown, if you'd like to come up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. For the record, I appear on behalf of Sage City Redevelopments and Eastern Ontario Construction Limited this morning. To be to the point, I appear this morning in support of the secondary plan as is being presented to you by staff this morning. There are two specific comments that I would like to make. One is to seek some clarification, and the other is to respond to a number of comments that have been made this morning with respect to the recommendations from staff regarding the permitted height at Hickory and Loretta. The first matter deals with Section 9.3 of the secondary plan, which is titled Design Review, and it introduces a special requirement, specialized design review process involving members of the UDRP for developments within the secondary plan, area covered by the secondary plan. What's not readily apparent, Mr. Chairman, I had a brief discussion with Mr. Wang this morning about this, is it's not readily apparent to what types or heights of buildings this provision applies to. In looking at Schedule B and the permitted building heights, my expectation was that this would probably apply to buildings of 20 stories or greater or 25 stories or greater. Mr. Wang informs me otherwise, that the staff interpretation of this provision is that it would apply to buildings of 10 stories or greater, neither of which is clear from the language of the secondary plan, and I'd ask that that be clarified before it's adopted by council. With respect to the property at Hickory and Loretta, staff have responded directly to concerns with respect to that building height, and that response is included in their document 4, which is attached to the report. And it's important to understand the context of this corner parcel. Immediately to the east is a 12-story condominium building, and it's interesting that we had your first delegation this afternoon, as I understand, represented that condominium corporation, and I find it interesting that they're quite comfortable with a 12-story building on Champaign, but are offended by the notion of a 9-story building beside them on Loretta. The 9-story building is certainly consistent in terms of building height and urban design to what's located immediately to the east, and in fact the existing 14-story building to the north. And to suggest that somehow a 6-story building is more appropriate in that context doesn't sit well when you've got a 12-story building and a 14-story building on the adjacent properties. Yes, across the street, separated by a full road allowance, you do have low-rise residential buildings, but when you look at what you have immediately next door, they're significantly taller buildings. So I would encourage Planning Committee and Council, when they consider the motion that's been tabled by Councillor Hobbs, that you take into consideration the scale of the existing development and the actual appropriateness, of the 9-story building. The other discussion that has taken place over the course of the delegations this morning is the size of the podium. Comments were correct that an earlier draft suggested a podium of 2 to 3 stories. We provided comments on behalf of our client suggesting that a podium more in line what exists with the condominium development completed by domicile immediately to the east is the proper context. You look at the building right next door, you don't necessarily look at the buildings across the street. And I think that Mr. Wang has indicated both in his written responses and his oral responses this morning that a 4-story podium is appropriate for that corner parcel. So I represent one of the 3 landowners in that area. We strongly support the staff recommendations that are before you, and I encourage committee and council not to support the motion that's been tabled by Councillor Hobbs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chown, are there any questions for Mr. Chown? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Chown, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Marika Atfield and May Pham. from Ashcroft Homes. If you'd like to come up.
Good morning, members of Planning Committee. As you said, we're here representing Ashcroft Homes, and we really just want to bring to your attention a discrepancy that we found in the Preston Carling secondary plan regarding our site at 101 Champaign Avenue. So Schedule B, I think it's there. The height and tower location plan identifies the site as having a single tower of 25 stories. For the record, I'd like to remind Planning Committee and staff of this site zoning passed on November 28th, 2012. It's bylaw number 2012-423. Firstly, 2 buildings are permitted on this lot, not 1. There is no restriction limiting us to 1 building here, so I'm not sure why it's being represented that way. Secondly, the 2 buildings have a maximum of 81 meters and 71 meters in height. A height of 81 meters does not necessarily translate to 25 stories. The height in meters rather than stories is an important distinction here. The tenure of the buildings, whether it is an apartment or a condominium, can change the potential number of stories while still maintaining that height in meters. To conclude, the secondary plan should be corrected to reflect the recently approved zoning of 101 Champaign Avenue. The development of this site may include 2 buildings with the heights limited to 81 meters and 71 meters. In general, the height of buildings should be expressed in meters rather than in number of stories. Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for the delegation? No? What's that? You can ask. Sure, you can ask. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question to staff about that and the issue with what's shown on the plan for the 101 Champaign site. If you could just clarify.
Sure. Mr. Chair, the 1 tower scenario was shown in the strategic directions, and in the final draft secondary plan, we add a new clause under section 4.2.1, which acknowledges the zoning rights for the particular property that is in question. So there is a specific clause that we have already included in the secondary plan to that effect, to address to acknowledge the zoning rights of the property.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Taggart, Mr. Faubert, Ms. Taggart, sorry, Mr. Faubert and Mr. Leahy, if you'd like to come up.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Planning Committee. My name is Michelle Taggart. I'm here representing Tamarack Homes. We are the proponent of the project on Norman Street that has received a lot of attention this morning. I've brought my planner, Ted Faubert, and architect Rod Leahy with me, and we were planning on walking through the details when our item comes forward later, but I think given everything that's happened this morning, it might make sense to tell you a little bit about the project now. I just want to say that we support the community design plan as presented by staff. We've agreed to put our project on hold for a long time. You may remember when the strategic directions came forward, I was 9 months plus 5 days pregnant, and now my baby's over 1. So we've been waiting. And
your baby's over 1, did you say?
She's 14 months old now, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully I won't have another one by the time this actually gets approved. I just, we brought this project forward. Initially, it was before this CDP process started. It was an 18-story proposal. We're a couple hundred meters from two major transit stations. We're in the middle of a mixed-use center, which is designated in the official plan as the #1 location for intensification in the city. We've been working with staff. We've agreed to put everything on hold while the CDP process went through. We started a steering committee involving members of the public, and we've made a lot of changes. We brought the height down, obviously, to 9 stories. Originally, we had over half the site. The length of the site was taken up by the tower, and that's now down to 42%. We've introduced a townhouse element along the street that matches what's going on across the street, and we've stepped back above the 3rd floor and then up again to the 5th floor on the podium. So the project's changed a lot along the way, and we are happy with the report as is, and we support it going forward. So I just wanted to turn it over to Ted, who has a few comments to make about the planning framework.
So Michelle pretty much took my first page, so I won't repeat it. But
you're both planners, aren't you?
We're both planners. I do think it does bear repeating the fact that we were in process in 2012 with a different project and under a mixed-use center designation. And the mixed-use center designation calls for the highest density, the highest profile of development to support the transit, and we all know that story.
We do. The committee is very aware of the history of this project and the rules that it is the rules of engagement that it is operating under. So you don't have to take us through that.
So I won't repeat that. But I think in terms of design, it's important. There's a lot of discussion about transition and how this building will fit in. It's important to recognize that it redevelops a large consolidated lot, and the majority of that site across on the north side of Norman Street is a non-residential use. It has auto body uses, light industrial types of activity, so it is clearly an area in transition. It's also important to know that Beach Street, which is our neighbor to the north, is designated as a 6-story development. So the transition works in different ways as well. We also abut Preston Street, which is also 6 stories. On our west, we have the multi-use pathway, the O-Train corridor, and the park and the Ashcroft development at, you just heard, 81 and 77 meters in height. But to be sensitive and careful about the impact on the street, we have limited the size of the podium. It's a small podium. It's less than 6,000 square feet. It takes up, and you can see it on that image, less than 42% of the linear frontage of that street. The remainder of it is in a lower profile development with a 3-story podium, 2-story townhouses that frame the street, 3-meter setback to provide for a wider right-of-way, because it is a narrow right-of-way at 15 meters, to allow for tree planting to soften the impact. The development itself, the tower is at the northwest corner. It will overlook the multi-use pathway. It'll put eyes on the street. It'll be safer. Shadows will fall to the north, not to the south. There's a lot of things that we've thought about in terms of the transitioning. I think I'll end it at that. I did want to say I've been doing planning in this city for many, many years, and I have to say that this is I'm really pleased to see the comprehensive planning that's surrounding this type of secondary planning. The fact that we have a strong implementation element. I think there's still some discussion about how all the funding is going to work out, but I think the marrying of the funding to the plan, in spite of the perhaps disagreement on a few points, should be applauded, and I think staff have done a great job in that regard. Thank you. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, since is it necessary to go through any imaging of the project, or should we?
I'm assuming you're going to come up when we deal with the item zoning, right?
Yes.
So I think you can image that then.
Okay.
Okay, because we're just dealing with the policy framework now, right? Okay. So are there any questions to the delegation? No? Okay, good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Dennis Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here this morning representing the Dalhousie Community Association, who have retained me on this particular matter to provide them with advice and to present comments to Planning Committee. You've heard a lot about the history of this area and the development that has led up to where we are today. It's been a long process that started with the CDP, that was derailed by a number of development applications and the intensity of activity in the area. The community understanding of what's going forward, I don't think is totally clear, and I think this committee is on record as wanting to ensure that there is certainty in planning policy, and that's the premise of what I'm presenting to you today. In September 2012, the design charrette, which came forward, is identified the mixed-use neighborhoods, the street blocks flanking Preston, need to evolve and intensify organically, and the city was to encourage redevelopment in the form of infill to ensure the unique quality of that area is not lost in major urban transformation. With respect to height, the findings of the design charrette indicated that with the exception of properties along the north side of Adeline, it would be the low-profile development to a maximum of 4 stories for all of the dead-end streets. The medium profile would be on the edges, along beach, along the western. The maximum height, of 9 stories would be permitted along the western ends of the street blocks, subject to an access mews. And that was the condition that came out of those studies, and that's been was identified in the plan as it went forward. In January, February 2013, the Strategic Directions Report, which came forward to effectively replace the community design plan that wasn't completed for this area, and which is not a statutory document. It's a council policy to inform development while waiting to complete the secondary plan. The draft schedules for this development also carried forward these same ideas. The site was identified as as a greenway mews and neighborhood profiles. It allowed for, again, up to 9 stories, but subject to, on 50% of the site, but subject to, again, the greenway mews, and the low profile of 4 stories for the balance. All of these things carried forward in the presentations that went forward, and as I have indicated, Council on April 24th approved the Strategic Directions Report, and one of the key changes relative to the site in question was the removal of the proposed north-south road in the Greenway Mews. And it did indicate that all other land use elements remain as conceptually shown. So that was a position taken by Council, but that is not a position that's in a secondary plan. It's not a position that is in a community design plan. It is not a statutory position under the Planning Act. It was intended to inform the Council and the Planning Committee as it moved forward to the secondary planning process. April 17th, there was a draft of the Preston-Carling secondary plan that came forward, and this was followed then by what was circulated on June 13th as being the draft of the Carling secondary plan. Again, we can see on this that the area is identified as mixed-use neighborhood on the land use schedule, and suddenly we see a change as it appears on the height schedule. What had been some direction with respect to potentially 9 stories on the western end and the balance of it being 4 stories, that designation is now changed with no rationale provided as to now being 9 stories on the entire property.
There were also policies included within the plan that called for the protection of these other parts of Little Italy to keep them to 4 stories. And specific changes were recommended to remove the mixed-use center density and intensification targets from these areas to ensure that the height limits were respected. This happened to all of the properties except for the 93 to 105 Norman Street. There, the exact opposite took place. Not only was the 9 stories not removed, it was extended to cover the entire property. This is not addressed in the staff report before you at all, except in the comments in documents attached which relate to the community comments. The staff report focuses primarily on public realm and mobility, not on land use. With respect to document 3, the references to 93 and 105 Norman Street come after a paragraph which says all the rest of this area should be kept at 4 stories. And with respect to Norman Street itself, it indicates it's a unique exception. And certainly it's my opinion that the unique exception is only because there's a development application on this site. Nothing else about this property is unique. There are recommendations in the report to make a design, to design the building so that it fits, but in my opinion the site is too small and the adjacent lot fabric too fine-grained for these types of manipulations to work. It is difficult for me as a planner to advise my clients how a plan is to provide certainty to the community and how that plan can be trusted if it begins by contravening its own policy framework by using a notwithstanding exception, which is all that we have with respect to this property. So in summary, there is a demonstrated planning rationale provided in some detail in the document that talks about protecting Little Italy, and this, in my opinion, should also be applied to the low-profile designation or to the 93 to 103 Norman Street. All of the 9-story areas related to the Greenway Mews were removed from the plan. But with respect to this particular site, they were reversed and 9 stories was made throughout. There is no planning opinion provided in the staff report to support this change. So in my opinion, committee does not have an informed opinion on which to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Jacobs? Go ahead.
Mr. Jacobs, you would have been on staff here at the time, or maybe even prior to, but you would have been most likely involved when we talked about density targets, intensification, everything else, as part of the official plan, some of the guidelines we operate by. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, I was responsible for the original, my department was responsible for the original official plan which set those density targets.
Right. So I'm trying to understand, and I think philosophically I'm a little bit either out on left wing or maybe even right wing, whatever. I'm looking at the proximity to the transit station, and the site that you're talking about is about 300 meters away from the transit station. There's a direct connection along the pathway for all the sites, and I'm not even talking about that one along there. If you were wearing the other hat, wouldn't you be pushing, saying we should have more density and more height there adjacent to the path?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Boyce, no, I would not, because the intensification policies are very important and fundamental to the plan. However, that intensification is predicated on its compatibility with the neighborhood. Achievement of those density targets is certainly, in my opinion, being reached through the other aspects of this secondary plan, and the movement towards appropriate design and addressing neighborhood compatibility is recognized in the staff's recommendation to protect this particular area by removing
the need to meet those density targets, even though this is within a mixed-use center. They recognize that densities, actually the existing zoning density allowed by the four-story height that's in place would allow for significant intensification of this particular block. I'm sure that they could come close to actually meeting the same number of units on this site if they designed it that way in a four-story building.
So you wouldn't just do a mauve swath along the path towards at the dead ends, saying this is an ideal location to achieve more density because of the transit proximity and the direct connection, pedestrian connection, cycling connection?
This is not just about achieving density. It's about achieving a built form that fits in the neighborhood, and intensification has to go hand in glove with that, those policies in the parent official plan. And I think that's what staff has done in their recommendation to limit the four-story height to the rest of Little Italy, recognizing the neighborhood, unique neighborhood character there, and the fine-grained lot fabric to allow that to continue. But even at 4 stories, a lot of that development, a lot of that area will be redeveloped, but will be redeveloped at a scale that approximates what is there today.
Yeah, fair enough, and I accept sort of the explanation you've given. So if I just condense your presentation, you're actually quite in sync with it, other than I'm looking at Schedule B, other than this one particular site.
Yes, I support the staff's recommendation in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for
Mr. Chair?
Councillor Holmes?
Mr. Chair. There's a great deal of talk about transit-oriented development at the city at the moment. I've only seen one analysis of transit-oriented development from another city. Are you aware of any analysis that's being done? Like, when we do a transit-oriented development, do we then go and ascertain how many people are using transit versus private vehicles? Are you aware of any proof that our transit-oriented development is in fact transit-oriented developments?
I'm not aware of any particular research. Certainly trying to put people in proximity to the transit station will encourage the use, but it certainly doesn't guarantee that people in those buildings are going to use transit.
Well, the study I've seen, Mr. Chair, says that putting people close to transit-oriented development does not get people on transit. You have to limit the car usage, the car parking, do traffic calming. There are other actions that have to be taken if you really think you're going to get transit-oriented development. So I was just wondering whether you knew of any actual work here at the city where we can actually say it is transit-oriented development. I go and stand at transitway stations, and I count how many people are coming out of the rental building, how many people are coming out of the condo building. There's nobody coming out of the condo building, but there are people coming out of the rental building. So putting condo buildings beside stations needs a lot more work than just providing proximity if you think people are going to get out of their cars. I also wanted you to talk about, do you know anything about the ministry's comments about intensification?
The ministry's comments on intensification of what in particular?
Well, for example, I have where the existing zoning provisions are sufficient to meet the intensification targets in the time frame of the OP. These targets shall not be used as a planning rationale for approving additional height and density in excess of the existing zoning.
I'm not familiar with what you're quoting from, but I'm certainly familiar with that opinion, and I subscribe to that same opinion. Having a density target is not the only reason for approving density. There's a lot of the entire development review process requires looking at every element of the official plan, and not just Chapter 1 that talks about how many people we need to fit in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Jacob? Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob, for your presentation. Catherine Cody is next.
So they know what we're talking about, yeah, okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before the committee. My name is Catherine Cody. I am a resident of 100 Champaign Avenue South, and I think I've asked to have the site put up there so that you have a better idea of what I'm talking about here. So I'm a resident, and we recently bought in the building. We left the suburbs, came downtown, and thought that we would be living in a great environment. I was really surprised to learn that there is a building being proposed at Hickory and Loretta, and the impact of that building is going to be huge on the residents on the west side at 100 Champaign Avenue South. It's a very small lot. There is, while there are buildings around that are quite high in the vicinity, we are going to be basically, we're going to be hemmed in on all sides. And that's going to have impacts for us in terms of the light. You know, the light issue is going to be a big issue for us. Air circulation, privacy, it's really going to have an impact on the quality of the lives of all the people who live on the west side of that building. And I think at the time when we bought, the understanding was that it was zoned for 3 stories and perhaps on one piece of property, 6 stories. But we had understood that it was going to remain a residential area. And so here we are faced with a large building that will be going up and basically blocking us from enjoying the surroundings around us. And had we known that that was the plan, I can assure you that most people on the west side would not have purchased in the building. So, you know, I think I'm speaking for many people, and I know people are quite discouraged about this as a proposal. We certainly want to be able to enjoy our surroundings, and this is going to have a big impact. So, you know, I support Councillor Hobbs' recommendation that we go with a 4, and I mean, it's hard for me to even say 6. Like, it's hard for me to say 6 as a level, 6 stories. So, you know, I would invite you to come to our condo building and have an opportunity to look at the site from our vantage point and think carefully about what the impacts are going to be. You know, there's at least 100 people who will be impacted by that. And I just want to emphasize how narrow that lot is. The fact that there is no street that separates our building from a new building that would be going up. So basically, we're going to be squashed in like sardines in there. So I'm new to this, the first time I've ever presented to a planning committee, but I do want to say that I hope you will take my comments into consideration in your plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions to the delegation? Do you want to ask? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, in light of the comments made by Ms. Cody, if you could comment on what provisions, to say my motion does not get carried forward at Council, what provisions do we have to protect the existing built neighbourhood in this particular area in terms of the compatibility between the existing and what's proposed? I think there's something in the setbacks and so on.
Yeah, we, as a result of the consultation, and we actually introduced a new policy in the secondary plan, which specifically addresses the issue in terms of the separation distance between the existing high-rise building and mid-rise buildings. As you know, our policy usually our built form policies, not only this secondary plan, but other plans, typically deals with the situation where you're having the same type building typologies facing each other. So, for example, we have 23-meter separation for high-rise buildings in the official plan, and in this case, there is a different separation requirements for high-rise buildings. But we didn't have the requirements when a mid-rise building is facing a high-rise buildings. But as a result of a consultation, we actually introduced a new policy, which specifically states that the property line between the existing 12-story domicile high-rise building and any potential development on the proposed the properties which will be potentially permitted for 9-story, that property line will be treated as the rear lot line. And between the existing condo building and any potential mid-rise development on at the properties at the northeast corner of Hickory and Loretta. So that the implication of this is that when you look at the zoning, and typically if it's a residential zone, and the residential zone will require 7.5 meter setback from the rear property line. So that's the intent, is to provide increased clarity in terms of what's going to happen. The reality is, when the lot fabric changes, when land consolidation occurs, and there will be interpretation in terms of what is a rear lot line versus what is a rear lot line versus a side lot line, and that will have implications in terms of separation requirements as per zoning. By doing that, we provide clarity in terms of that line is going to be the rear lot line, and that will require a 7.5 meter setback for any new building.
Okay, I guess my concern here is, we're spending a lot of time and trouble on the public realm, and as Ms. Cody mentioned, there's really 7.5 meters, not a lot of space, and so how do we factor that into the whole idea of having public realm and flow through? How would that work to be able to continue to get through this block?
Councillor, I think the main concern as expressed in this presentation is the relationship between the building, the existing high-rise building, and any potential development at that property that is showing on the screen. And one of the key things in terms of the privacies and shadow impacts on those kind of things will be managed through proper separations between the buildings.
But there's not enough room.
My understanding is that the current building has provided, the high-rise building has a separation from that property line, and by ensuring that the new building also respects the rear yard conditions from that property line, that's, in my opinion, offers a reasonable separation between the new development and the existing high-rise building.
The existing high-rise has windows along that?
Yes.
And balconies?
Yes, and I believe that they are about 6.5 meters away from the property line, if I remember correctly, but I can double-check the number. But the idea is that you're creating this rear yard situation between the towers, between the buildings.
Because I just, and my motion speaks this, but I find that very close, and I understand there's some existing zoning there, and but 12 and 9 is kind of, it is. Yeah, that's why I put in the motion to protect that. But I appreciate you coming in and speaking to that, Ms. Cody. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So Luciano Pradala is not here. George Brook is our last speaker on this item. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm not George Brook. I'm speaking on his behalf. He just had to leave to go back to work. So I'm Roman Zakaluzny. He's given me his presentation, and I'm going to read it as though I'm George Brook. Thank you for the chance to speak to you today. My name is George Brook, and I'm here speaking on behalf of an organization called BLISS, Believe in Livable Side Streets. Generally, it's a community that's come together to discuss the Gladstone Community Design Plan. As a general statement, we support the 4 motions originating with Councillor Holmes. I wish to speak to the application for the rezoning of Norman Street. We are strongly opposed to this motion for the following reasons. The motion runs contrary to the intention of the secondary plan to preserve the traditional low-rise residential neighborhood in Little Italy. Looking at the span of dead-end streets along the length of Preston, we find they are a unique feature. It's a unique urban village, and they've been preserved along the entire length except for Norman. The secondary plan explicitly exempts the Norman Street development from planning criteria that has been applied to all the other dead-end streets. The rationale provided from this exemption reads as contrived and unconvincing. The rationale for the Norman Street development can generally be summed up as notwithstanding the rationale applied to the rest of the secondary plan. The Norman Street development and the many follow-on rezoning applications that will follow, witness the Aberdeen-George Street motion being considered, run directly contrary to the stated wishes of the residents of Little Italy, as clearly and consistently expressed by individuals and community groups throughout the secondary plan process. The issue of preserving the low-rise nature of Little Italy, and specifically the low-rise nature of the unique dead-end streets, was the primary issue the community coalesced around. The community voice was consistent on this from square one. In conclusion, the proposed development on Norman Street is out of scale, runs directly contrary to the wishes of the community, does not seem based on a coherent rationale, and undermines the ability of the secondary plan to protect low-rise Little Italy. My final comment concerns the motion for the rezoning of the property on Aberdeen-George Street. This motion represents the community's worst fears about what the secondary plan means for the neighborhood. Passing this motion would make a mockery of the secondary plan and its already tortured community engagement process.
Thank you very much. We won't ask you questions, given it's not your presentation. So,
he's entrusted me to speak on this.
Yeah, but with all due respect, you can't then say this is speak.
Are you a member of Bliss?
No, I'm not. Bliss is directly related to the Gladstone community.
Yes. Where do you live?
I live on Norman Street.
So this is a group that's just north that also has the stub end streets with the same interests as the Norman Street people have.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Thank you for reading Mr.
Zakaluzny
presentation. So, Mr. Brooks' presentation. So, and I'm assuming you're going to be coming up and reading his presentation at the next one as well? No?
Possibly.
No?
He didn't hand me another one, no.
Oh, okay. Because we have him down to speak at the next one, too. So.
I think that was the mistake. That's why he didn't get to present, because he accidentally was put down on that one rather than this one, so he came up at the end and he had to leave just now.
Okay. There we go. Okay, that concludes the speakers for item number 4. So I'll close the public hearing portion of this item. And it being 1:20, I would suggest that we either can move on, I'm in the hands of the committee, deal with this item, and then we have the motions that we're going to package up and send to Ms. Sneddon, and we can deal with this item, and then we can go to break and then come back to the next one, or we can break now and come back and deal with the operative part of this resolution or this issue and move on to item number 5. Yes, that's right. Same as we do all the time. Do you want to do that? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's just make sure that we've got all the motions, that we've got Councillor Blowis's motion, we've got, and they are here somewhere. The electronics are wonderful when you can make them work for you. They're somewhere. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we've got, let's go back to, so we've got Councillor Blowis's motion that deals with that small portion of, and paper is always great. Go back to paper. I know, because you can't read the whole thing on the paper. Gotta love it. So it's Councillor Blowis's motion that deals with Aberdeen and 30 to 36 George. We have Councillor Hobbs' motion that deal with, this is 6 stories, be permitted Carling and Bayswater, and amending 899, 903, 911 Carling and 355 Breeze Hill. We've got Ev Tremblay Park. We've got northeast corner of Loretta and Hickory, the 6-story motion there, and we've got the Preston Carling District Secondary Plan traffic motion, and then we've got Councillor Shirelli with, sorry, wrong one, that one. So 4, we've got Councillor Shirelli, Adelaide, 4 stories, OP designation for maximum height on the north side of Norman, Preston, 4 stories. We've got the priority area motion, and we've got Young Street 6-story motion. So do we have any more resolutions with respect to this item? Sure, go to comments.
In terms of how we move forward, because I have a certain unease when we don't make a decision here to refer to council. At the same time, there is some merit to having staff go through this, and I just want to make sure, though, when it comes to council, that we have some clear rationales, regardless of what the decisions are or what the staff recommendation is that we get, because I think the last time some of us didn't feel like we had that real rationale one way or the other. So, and that's not a criticism; it's just a suggestion.
So Ms. Nen's going to come back, and the memorandum will speak to each individual pieces of the motion with a staff recommendation on each of them. The ones that they recommend going forward, or that they would approve, that's fine, we'll package into an omnibus motion. And the other ones, the movers of the motion will be notified. We're not recommending this. You need to bring it up at council. So you need to, and as yet, you just need a mover and a seconder, and you're good. And you will have, and there'll be a rationale why they support it or they don't support it at that time. So
it'll be clear on the agenda that all these motions come forward to council.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'd like to speak to them now.
Sure, absolutely.
Good, thank you. I'll start with Norman.
Sure.
We all remember Norman and the Muse and the 9-story versus the road. But when that came forward from the consultant, George Dark, the staff wanted time to investigate that. That whole Muse and 9 stories, the staff said, we'll take that away and we'll spend some time investigating and come back. But it was council that took out the Muse and left the 9. So that leaves us with this predicament of 9 stories on this very narrow street that in the wintertime, I don't know how you'll get a moving truck down that street. Look at the size of the lots on the south side of Norman. They are extremely narrow, and a moving truck has to go into a driveway to turn around. Any car on Norman that goes down to the end of the street has to get into a driveway to turn around. There's no turning capacity. So to think that you're going to do 9 stories and have that many more residents on a street, in the winter time, it's pretty well impassable for any large truck, any fire truck, etc. So that, this is a dilemma that we are stuck with, and it's really an impractical situation to have 9 stories on that very small 7-meter wide road. And it does stick out like a sore thumb. Everything around it is 4. The staff have recommended that 4 be the residential height of this area of Little Italy to protect the integrity of what is the village of Little Italy. So the BIA is opposed to 9, the community, everyone that has an interest in this neighborhood is opposed to 9 at that location. And so you ask yourself, is this a transit-oriented development? How can it be transit-oriented development if it has 85% of the units have parking? It really is a typical condominium with parking. that is going to have very little relationship to any kind of transit-oriented development. And beach, the backyard, 9 stories on the backyards of beach with a 0.3 meter setback. So 9 stories right on the backyard of those houses on Beach Street. So it's an incompatible scale, Mr. Chair. It's incompatible with the neighborhood. There's no reason why we could not have a development at 4 stories, stacked towns, and you'd get significant intensification. And in fact, you could get 500 times the amount of development that's there, the amount of housing that's there now with just the 4 stories. So that is my comments on Norman, Mr. Chair. On Adeline, the Adeline that you see there is on the north side of Adeline. It's all 9 stories from Preston to Rochester. And that, the staff are saying, is the step down necessary from the high-rise. But if we need a step down from the high-rise, that step down should be in the high-rise area south of Adeline. Why are we taking the low-rise area and making that the step-down area? Why isn't that step-down piece in the high-rise area? So it's unnecessary to have that step-down area. When you look at Rochester at 18 stories and coming down to 4 stories all along Rochester, there's no step-down area in that area. So really, this is unnecessary, and it provides a situation where you see the owners talking to me saying, well, my assessment has gone up, my taxes are going up, but my salary and my income isn't going up because of the speculation that comes in when you introduce this kind of situation where they're all 1, 2, 3 stories now. You're saying 9 stories on a map, and that really destabilizes the area and provides speculation in the area. So I'm asking that that north side of Adeline be 4 stories. Taking us to the most northerly piece, which is Yonge, the 15 stories on Yonge. That is problematic for the building that's just the small buildings on George that are once again narrow lots, small houses with 15 stories as an incompatible usage right in their backyard. We have people who bought in that area fixing up their houses. It's an affordable housing area of which we have very few. Less and less as time goes by. This is an affordable housing area, and it's filling up with families with small kids. So that really is going to destabilize that northern part of the community as speculation. If I have got my 15 stories here, why can't I have 9 stories there? Taking us to the priority area. And perhaps you'd switch the priority area up on the map. Yeah, that's Schedule D. That's it. Thank you. So this is a very small, constrained area for the next 20 years for investment to go into that area rather than the whole district, so that investment could be spread around in the district. My residents want to see Rochester Street become a complete street with a bike track and wider sidewalks and trees, and that now cannot happen for 20 years. Now, I must say, Mr. Chair, that in my opinion, nothing will happen in 20 years in this area. The condo market's dead, the rental housing market's dead, and we see buildings not being able to sell units and progress. So this may be another one of those discussions that happens that has no reality basis for putting all these people through all this agony for all these years, 10 years of discussions that undermine the stability of this neighborhood. But here we go. We're going to plan to have this tiny priority area for all the public realm investment that is going to happen in the near term. I think in 20 years, whoever's still here will be back looking at this area saying, whatever is happening 20 years from now, maybe the condo market will be back in 20 years, and there'll be an ability to talk about this. But I think that's unlikely. But we are now, causing great consternation in the area with some of the recommendations that we have here. And it's great that Eve Tremblay Park is going to get money because our residents use Eve Tremblay from time to time. But there are also other needs that the community has for the rest of this area. And Rochester Street is top of the priority list. But we see nothing for 20 years in order to get Rochester Street moving. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Councillor Hobbs, do you want? Nope. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Snedden, you're clear on what we expect of you from in evaluating the motions and presenting them to Council and identifying for those councillors who've moved them that that either you're supporting them, they will be in the omnibus, or they have to find a mover and a seconder. Well, I'm assuming that all of them will have movers and seconders. So.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we absolutely will, and we'll also add the request from Mr. Chown on the secondary plan, the clarity that he was looking for on which developments should be subject to the special design review panel.
Okay. Perfect. That's good. Anything else on that then? Nope. Okay. So with referral, is the matter carried? Carried. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. We're going to be recessed until 2 o'clock, which we'll be back on item number 5. Dan?
Established through the strategic directions, which included 9 stories for this particular property. So what we have now is a conclusion of the processing of that rezoning application. Initially, they also had submitted an official plan amendment application that, in light of us moving forward with a secondary plan, we're not making a recommendation, but clearly this application is now dependent on the council decision with respect to the secondary plan and how it treats this property on Norman Street with respect to the 9-story development proposal that's part of the rezoning. So we have a full presentation, Mr. Chairman. If you wish, we can go through the full presentation, and I'll then turn it over to Mr. James to run you through that, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have after that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. What we have before us now, of course, is the rezoning proposal at 93 to 105 Norman Street. The subject property is shown here on the slide before you. It's sort of the light blue area outlined in red. It was there. I think maybe, Don, you have try this one here, just in case. There we go. French says English and English says French. But nevertheless, the subject property is shown here outlined in red, as I mentioned. It's a combination of some low-density single-family homes with some light industrial automotive type uses. You can see some cars here that are sort of stored in between here with a garage, and also at the back of this red brick building here facing the street. Over here to the east is Preston Street, and the commercial uses typically associated with main streets. Opposite that, on the western side, we have the O-train corridor with trees highly vegetated with a pathway through there, a city pathway. To the north, of course, the bridge that goes across there on Beach Street, and a low-rise 2-3-story this goes over to Aberdeen, actually, on the north side there. Sort of some office buildings, a residential, sort of a mixed use, and on the southern side of Norman Street, we can see the existing lower density residential development that are on smaller lots. As I mentioned, this property is consolidated all the way from the from the O train corridor right out to the back end of properties that would be facing Preston Street. Moving down to the street view, you can see, as I mentioned, some of the homes that are along the subject property where it is the residential mixed with the commercial, as well as you get down to the most easterly end with some commercial in the back and that red brick building I was talking about. This is a site plan of the applicant's proposal. What it shows is the building laid out in the sort of, it's a longer east-west orientation. What's important to note here that at the ground floor we have these individual units that will have direct access out onto Norman Street, built in a townhouse type style development. I'll talk a little bit about that more. And just as important too, when we get to look at traffic, we'll look at the access being right here along the eastern portion of the subject property. These are some elevations, just to go through them briefly here, that shows the subject property looking at it from the south from Norman Street. We can see the three-story townhouse style developments with direct access, front doors, a better way of putting it, stepping straight down onto Norman Street. Also, the top 2 stories here are set back with a transition down from the height from the 9 stories down to the 5 for the remainder of the property. Turning around, looking at it from the north down to the south, this similar thing. You can see it will be extensively landscaped along the edge. These are the 2 narrow portions of the site. The one along the corridor that has townhouse-style developments along the corridor to put eyes on the street, and this side here facing the back end of the properties along Preston Street, behind the traditional Main Street side. Just to bring it in sort of more of a human scale perspective as opposed to drawings, this is a rendering that shows the proposed building down along Norman Street, and what they did was the applicant for us put in the existing trees over here, but to show the rendering. I'll talk a bit about, I'll come back to this slide when we talk about the concerns that came up during the process. Basically, there were a number of concerns going through the public process in terms of getting comments on the rezoning proposal. And one talks about the conformity with the neighborhood. There's a good thing to know, we talked a bit about here today about transition. And transition is more than just stepping down from 9 to 5. You don't have to look any further than the official plan to see what transition is. It is not only just the heights. Transition can be obtained through other means, such as the step backs, that once you get above the 3rd level, there is a step back in the building. There's also the possibility, opportunity using different colors. You see with the step backs and the different colors, how they break up the massing of the building. It's a good way of looking at it here. You'll see the different styles, the different colors. It's a good way of also affecting transition. Another means is with vegetation. Vegetation along the edge that helps also break up the massing. Also in relation to the yards that are provided, if there's a larger yard, it'll also aid in the provision of a transition. The City of Ottawa's official plan denotes that when buildings are going into the area, they don't have to look like the buildings that are already there, but they have to be compatible. And we talk about compatibility, and a way to obtaining this compatibility are the methods that I have just mentioned here with respect to setbacks, in respect to colors, in respect to actually the building stepping down or vegetation. Just ways of obtaining these different goals. Again, we talked about height and also conformity with the official plan. And as we know, when the application was submitted, it's in an area that is sort of the pink here. And as mentioned earlier today, we all know about the mixed-use center policies, about being some of the most intense forms of development that is anticipated within the area. And again, with the height, relating to, as I mentioned, the transition, the building form, the ways to mitigate against the height to allow a building that is taller, as anticipated by the official plan, to be successfully integrated into an area that has a lower heights. Now, in relation to this subject property, I just want to mention it as it came out this morning about why this property is unique. It is unique, and it was mentioned briefly about this site allowing up to 9 stories on the property because basically on 2 sides, in this L shape here, is a traditional Main Street, which allows heights up to 6 stories. As well, there's a green corridor along the western portion of the property. And though you have properties on the south, which right now are on very small lots, long, narrow lots, it is anticipated that it could be developed with larger buildings, 4 stories, perhaps a 4-story apartment right across from here. But through the use of the transition and the separation from the road, you can have a compatible development that will fit in with the surrounding community, just as anticipated by the official plan. Another issue was shadowing. This is it might be a little bit difficult to read, but it shows the sun shadows from the subject property throughout the year at different times. This being I guess with all the black here, the December, but more the middle here is the summer months, and the shadowing is no impact upon the corridor or the park across the corridor, with minimal impact on the surrounding properties throughout the year. So the proposal does mitigate the impact of sun shadowing to the greatest extent practicable. Another issue relating to the proposal is vehicle traffic. This slide basically shows other developments that are either been approved in the area or in the process of being approved, and which shows that there will be, all through all this development, a great deal of vehicular traffic in the area. But if you take a look at this proposal down here, during the peak hour, it will generate in the morning 40 vehicle trips, and in the afternoon 37 vehicle trips to and from the subject site. And in relation to that, and it's important to note that this is the area of the access to the underground parking garage. We talked about the Mews and how there's no longer a Mews that wraps around and goes up to Beach Street, and the issue of Norman being a narrow street. However, in this instance, with the Preston Street being just over here to the east, and this being at the rear of Preston Street, where there is a parking lot, so vehicles are already coming down Norman to turn into this parking lot, they need only go just a little bit further to go in and out of the proposed development here at the furthest eastern edge, which negates the need to travel down Norman Street, which of course is a dead end. So the issue of those at the peak time, those 37 or 40 vehicles, there is no need for them to travel down Norman Street, as the access will be positioned at the furthest eastern point of the subject property, which also makes this site unique in that they have accumulated all the lands. And that's the end of the presentation, if there's any questions.
Questions for Councillor Hubley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the last piece, you just hit on the question about driving down Norman Street. So they'll only come to the corner of the building. What about in the example that I can't remember who gave it, but somebody gave about a moving truck? How would that work if you bring that picture back up? Are they going to have to turn around in driveways, or will the load and unload take place by that parking lot?
That is the garage entrance, and there's an opportunity to load on the site here. Even if they loaded, say, with it's over there on the right is the site plan, but on the left, even if they loaded where this car was, they could back into the garage and leave out this way. But they have the opportunity to turn in to load from the subject property. So there's no need to go down here to load. You get down underground, and through the underground you can take the elevator to use for loading in those instances, typically.
Well, the proposed size of the garage would allow like a pickup truck or whatever to get it right inside to do the
Yes.
load and unload, which, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Not your 18-wheeler, but certainly something like that, yes.
Okay. I just need to make sure that we all understand that this application was made and was under the previous OP designation, which was a conflicted designation, right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. It was the application was submitted under the policy framework of the primary plan, which designates this as a mixed-use center, which, as Mr. James indicated, contemplates the most intense development within the city at the transit nodes. And it's also was the subject of the Preston Champaign secondary plan, which was a product of planning study that was undertaken in the 1980s, I believe, early 90s possibly, which established a low-profile designation. So when the application was actually submitted to the city, it required an official plan amendment to the secondary plan. They did file that application, but we're not bringing that application forward in light of the recommendation that was before you this morning on the...
And just so we all understand, in the previous official plan, where this was under, the primary plan had primacy. So the mixed-use designation, which was our most intensive, that was given priority.
That was the clear direction because that was the more recent planning policy document that would have been applicable.
Now it's different. The secondary plan has primacy.
That's correct, as a secondary plan is a product of the update.
So from then to now is there are different scenarios going forward. But at the time, and if we have to defend this, we would have to say, here's what the primary plan said, here's what it contemplated in this designation. That's why this development is the development it is.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick qualifier, as I mentioned, there was a request to amend the old Preston Champaign.
I get that. Right. Yeah. So they came in and said, I have the primary plan, which has primacy, which says X, but I see the secondary plan is in conflict. It says Y. So I'll amend the secondary plan to bring it into conformity with the primary plan, which is, I think, a requirement of the Planning Act, is it not?
Pardon, I didn't quite catch
That's
that.
a requirement under the Planning Act that they be in. You must conform to the primary plan.
And to the secondary plan, that's why the amendment was requested to the secondary plan.
But fast forward, we said, okay, we'll go through this exercise. We'll get some direction. That's where we got the strategic direction. Council gave you direction on what to do on this property, and now we're back before you.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Questions for staff? Councillor Holmes?
Just want a question on that moving van back again, Mr. Chair. The front door to the 9-story building is where? Do we have the map up, perhaps? So, where's the front door? Right here. There. Where are you suggesting the moving van unloads?
The parking garage. Certainly, if there's a concern about, there can be...
Sorry, excuse me, through the parking garage. The moving van will unload in the parking garage? In the underground parking garage?
It can, yes.
What's the height of the door? That allows a moving van or a very large truck to get down there?
There are standards, as you can see it here, we go up to the gray there. There's standard size that would allow a panel van to get down there, yes.
But not a moving van, surely.
Depend, like a cube van, but certainly if there's a concern about loading, there could be a no loading in front of the door here.
There'll be no loading in front of the door?
I mean, that's a possibility that you could do that through the site plan control process, through signs.
Well, I highly doubt that will happen. They'll need some loading access to that apartment building, to the 9-story building. So the garage door, how long is the entry into that garage? 20 feet, 10 feet? What's the grade?
The grade would be determined, if I can't get this over here, but looking over here, from the proposal here, it's probably about out onto the sidewalk here. Thinking of feet here, 16 feet or so, 10, another maybe close to 20 feet.
And so you're suggesting a van would stop there and unload?
No, it could go, the door would go up, it could go down and use the elevators.
So it would go down into the parking garage?
The parking garage, yes.
So it would be interesting to know what the height of that door is. We can get that later. Thank you.
I'm looking for the arrow there. The architect's in the room. I'm sure when he comes up, he'll be able to tell you how high the door is.
No, thanks.
Okay. So any other Questions for Mr. James or Mr.
Yeah,
Smith?
could I ask if the staff have read any of the documentation about intensification versus congestion? There are new reports coming out?
With respect to some articles, some planning articles about intensification and alternative, we were talking about it earlier today, about alternative modes of transportation in relation to that. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Well, there are studies that now talk about the congestion that comes from intensification is intense in the local area of the intensification. Good for the broader community, but in the actual area of intensification there is significant congestion, as we see in Westboro, for example. So the benefit to the local area of intensification is severe, but the benefit to the community is a large benefit. So are you up on all these modern, more recent studies in your field?
I would say, I mean, it's a general principle. If you're intensifying, yes, it's going to become more congested in the area that the intensification occurs, but with that congestion, it also adds to the animation and the activity and the life and supports the commercial businesses in the area. And those are the things that also start helping towards moving people to look at alternatives. The tighter the environment, the more prone the environment is to accommodating a better environment for people to use alternative travel modes rather than cars. So, I mean, it's congestion in the broadest sense of the term. There's going to be more car traffic, there'll be more pedestrian traffic, more cyclist traffic, more people potentially that could be taking advantage of using public transit. So I think that goes hand in hand. If you intensify, there will be more congestion. And I think that's part and parcel of the strategy that's laid out in Ottawa's official plan with respect to nodes and corridors, that that's where you want the intensification, that's where you want the increased activity to occur, and all of that translating to creating conditions where people will look to alternatives to move from point A to point B.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for staff? Okay, let's move to delegations. In a minute here. Lauren Miller, if she'd like to come up. And I encourage people to avoid repetition, because we don't want to. So, if you've got another point to make or a distinct point, we'd like to hear it.
Well, you've seen my presentation earlier, and it's on record, so if you need to review it. But I guess in looking at these elevations, this is our last ability to sort of talk to you about the fit in the neighborhood. And, could you show the northern elevation, please? So, look, they're showing this northern elevation with all this lovely landscaping, but in fact, the building ends 1 foot from the property line of the Beach Street properties. So they're not going to have room to put trees in unless they're really, really skinny. And, we're not getting a true feel for how this is going to impact the community. This is a critically important development to the Preston BIA. This will set a precedent that's already starting to shake out in the community, and we ask that you turn this down. If we have to go to the OMB, we're prepared. We have an expert. We've raised the funds. And everybody's going to waste time and money on something that's just the wrong fit for this community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Miller? No. Thank you. Michael Powell. Oh, Mr. Powell's not here? Okay. Dennis Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, you'd like to come up?
Mr. Chair, members of committee, I'm here once again representing the Dalhousie Community Association on this particular application and providing them with my professional opinion and the committee with my professional opinion on the merits of the application. In my opinion, the application should be refused as it is incompatible development given the low-rise nature of the area and the planned protection of that low-rise character found in the proposed secondary plan relating to the mixed-use neighborhood designation known as Little Italy. You can certainly see on this the aerial photograph as well as the presentation slides by Mr. James. This is a unique area in that it's very small lots, very fine fabric. The existing narrow lots have been retained for a long period of time, and that's recognized in the policy work that led up to the secondary plan we discussed at length this morning. But in fact, the existing secondary plan that is in place and was in place at the time that this application was filed designates the site for low profile up to 4 stories. And at the time the application was filed, that was the primary plan. The city's official plan has designated it as a mixed-use center, but that designation has to be read in the context of the secondary plan because both are part of the primary plan. And so at the time, the applicant was required to file an amendment to that secondary plan, which has no longer been processed, given the changes in policy that are coming forward in the proposed secondary plan. So, in effect, this rezoning at the current time doesn't conform to the official plan because it doesn't conform to the Preston-Champaign secondary plan. With respect to the site-specific aspects of the proposal, all height designations in the official plan are maximums, and achieving the maximum is based on satisfying other design and compatibility criteria in the plan. And in my opinion, the mass and height of this particular proposal overpowers the right-of-way for Norman Street. The underground garage has been raised a half story to probably accommodate the ramp slope, and while this allows for, on the slide, it allows for a front door to front door relationship across Norman Street, what it does in the rear yard is have the entire rear yard is a raised platform with a half-story barrier wall that sits almost on the lot line with respect to the rear yards on Beach Street. So there is not a relationship between the Beach Street rear yards and this development. Height transition is intended to step down as you move into the interior of a low-profile neighborhood. Planned development on Beach Street is 6 stories. Planned development on Preston Street is 6 stories. The balance of this neighborhood is 4 stories. It's certainly not my opinion that you step up before you step down if the intention is to transition into a low-profile area. There's also an impact on the, as I'd indicated, on the rear yards of Beach Street in that both the 9-story, 5-story, and even just the terraced patio at the back directly overlooks the rear yards of the properties on Beach. The proposed secondary plan has removed the Little Italy neighborhood from having to meet the density targets of the mixed-use center. And it appears that there's a selective reliance on the policy framework from different time periods to support this application. We at one point are using the mixed-use center designation to suggest that the height is necessary to achieve intensification. On the other hand, we're proceeding on the basis that the secondary plan is not in place, and the Preston-Champaign secondary plan is not in place, which it was at the time this application was in place. The fact that the site has been consolidated has no connection to the appropriate scale of development for the site. The key factor to determine appropriateness is local context. Due to its long, narrow configuration, there is no space to do the step backs on the property, so the impact is directly on the adjacent properties. If I could just summarize, I heard the bell going off there. The proposed rezoning application does not represent good planning and is not in conformity with the official plan of the City of Ottawa for the reasons noted in this presentation. It is not consistent with the overall vision of the new proposed secondary plan and didn't conform with the old secondary plan. The proposed development puts a height and massing which is out of scale and incompatible with the neighborhood context and creates the potential for causing undue adverse effects as noted in the plan. The existing 4-story height would allow for the appropriate and significant intensification relative to the land of the land assembly that has taken place. I would also note that the council policy has evolved over time, as the chair has indicated, but I return to the fact that the primary plan when the application was submitted, while it's designated mixed-use center, that designation has to be read in the context of the secondary plan which was in place and council adopted, and statutory policy, which is the Preston-Champaign secondary plan, which permits only 4 stories on this site. So I was a bit unclear as to what motion was actually passed with respect to the secondary plan this morning, but until that secondary plan is in full force, there is no, you cannot pass this zoning bylaw because it would not be in conformity with the official plan. So the matters go hand in hand, and some of the motions that have been referred for further discussion at council, one of them includes a motion to revise this back to 4 stories. So those matters must be dealt with before this application could even be considered to be in conformity. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So I think, I'm not sure if it's a technicality or if it's more than that, but it's certainly the time frames make some sense here in terms of how Mr. Jacobs has brought them forward. Can one of you comment on that?
I think Mr. Jacobs is correct. I mean, we didn't put forward the secondary plan amendment application filed by Taggart. There is a need under the current Preston-Champaign secondary plan for that amendment. We didn't bring it forward because we're bringing forward a new secondary plan flowing from the overall more recent secondary planning study that was done. So this rezoning is very much dependent on council approval of the secondary plan, which establishes the 9-story height for this particular property, as is being recommended in the report that we had brought to committee this morning. So I see Mr. Mark's not here, but I would think that as far as this report is concerned...
Let me jump in. So the reconciliation, sort of in terms of timing, has to happen at council.
That's correct. Right. That's correct. So I would think that this would probably need to be referred to council. I'm not so sure that this can, but I would defer to Mr. Mark to respond to that particular question.
And the question, what are you going to ask, Mr. Mark?
I think the question would be whether or not council can make or committee can make a recommendation to approve, or whether or not this is put forward to council to be considered, just like referred to council for a decision after decision is rendered on the secondary plan.
Okay. Well, let's get Mr. Mark down here and find out. Where is Mr. Mark, by the way? Mr. Mark, if you're listening, we need you. Okay.
Is there a lawyer in the House?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Jacobs, for your presentation. We'll go on till we hear from Mr. Mark. Now, Michael Powell went back to work, if I was told correctly. Michelle Taggart, Ted Faubert, and Rod Leahy, if they'd like to come up. Why not get rid of Michael Powell? Yeah, because he's not here. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Committee. Once again, I'm Michelle Taggart from Tamarack Homes. I'm still not pregnant a third time, so that's a relief. We've already been through most of our points, and we support the points that staff made earlier. And I don't know if you guys want to add something.
I just want to respond on 2 points to Mr. Jacobs' comment. One, that transition, I think Mr. James identified this as more than a linear relationship of building heights. It also includes setbacks, step backs, landscaping, architectural materiality, and I think those are all important points that have to be taken into account. And I would point out that the mixed-use designation through the official plan happened after the existing secondary plan was in place. So in my view, the secondary plan that's currently in place should have been brought into conformity with the mixed-use center designation. It was never brought into conformity. Finally, I would suggest, not that in case you don't get a recommendation from Mr. Mark, but perhaps this could go forward if it is to be approved or not, conditional on council's position on the secondary plan, so you could make it conditional.
Did you want to mention about the building doesn't come right down to...
Yep. Just a quick note towards setbacks.
And
Garage door. Well, we're still working out the specific details of the ramp system. We're not in that sort of detailed phase yet, but the way it's designed now, which is like many of the condominiums, we have direct access through for loading that would come through the garage. We tend not to bring loading through lobbies because they just get destroyed. So almost all the condominiums we work with, we work through either garage entrance or separate side doors. In this case, it would be garage entrance. So small panel trucks would be able to make their way into the garage. Larger moving vans would be able to park outside and then load through the garage and then be able to back up into the ramp area and back out in a forward position onto Preston Street. As far as setbacks, the 1 foot setback is actually only in terms of the parking garage, which is raised slightly over the ground. Those trees are actually, in the image, are trees in a planter, as you can see on the site plan, that are providing screening between the properties on Beach and to our property. I expect when the beach is developed in its sort of logical, as the plan function dictates with a 6-story building, they would deal with the parking in almost the identical approach. So once beach sort of realizes its potential, you would have backyards at basically identical levels. This is a very typical solution for Ottawa in terms of parking because we have such shallow yard depths. We're only 100 feet deep, which generally to get underground, this is a very typical solution. And see if we can go back to the perspective that you had. I just wanted to make one note, and we were very cognizant of the fact that the narrow street frontage and the patterning of the houses on Norman Street that we face, and we specifically developed an architecture of trying to replicate in a very contemporary and modern way the idea of the small 25-foot frontages, and so we've actually broken the facade up into this sort of layering of information using color and setback, and also having that direct connection from our outdoor private patio space down a set of stairs, similar in height. So our ground floor on the street is very typical to the ground floor across the street, so you have that direct relationship between the residents on the ground floor and the sidewalk that matches the residents and the sidewalk across the street. So we purposely have designed this building in a way that reflects the existing condition.
Are there questions, Councillor Holmes?
Last question to the architect, Mr. Chair. Walk me through the visit of a fire truck to the front door of the 9-story building and how it gets out.
The fire truck would come right down the street to the front door of the building.
Mm-hmm. And how would it get out?
It would, the way it does today, basically, it would back out onto to the point.
Down the street.
Back down the street, identical to the way it functions today.
And it would turn around in your garage door or backs out on
It could turn around in our garage area, depending on where the issue was, or it would turn around in the open parking lot adjacent to us, or it could back out onto the street. The narrow streets haven't been, in today's standards, there would be a hammerhead or a turnaround circle, but in this case there isn't. But this is a situation that exists, and it's has been deemed to be appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the delegation? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Michael Powell was not there. Joe, is Joe? Yep. He's gone too. Okay. Catherine McKenney. Welcome.
Thank you. I feel welcome. Catherine McKenney, and I'm joining my neighbors here today who live off of Preston Street in opposition to the application affecting 93 to 105 Norman Street. The application to develop this 9-story building, which actually this photo doesn't show 9 stories, so I'm a bit confused as to why that is, but it does not conform to the general policies of our official plan, and it doesn't adhere to the policies of the Preston-Carling CDP Strategic Directions Report, which address preservation of community character. As well, Norman Street is not within a designated area for mid-rise buildings in the Preston-Champaign secondary plan. There is absolutely no justification for intensification beyond the secondary plan, which already allows for sufficient intensification in this area. As a matter of fact, developing to the allowable 4 stories would increase the density here by 500%. So we would be getting density. Norman Street and other dead-end streets west of Preston, similar to the one I live on, and many that Mr. Darwin had pointed out to the O-Train corridor, are short and narrow. While taller buildings are allowed in other parts of the community, notably at the south end of the planning area, which Laurie Miller from the BIA was able to point out graphically. They don't have a place in the dead end and narrow streets off of Preston. So the report recommendation would seem to be a case of making policy fit the zoning application rather than the application fit the direction of the city's official plan and secondary plans. Both the existing secondary plan and the strategic directions report for the Carling-Preston CDP recognize the unique lower profile character of the residential streets and both east and west of Preston Street, and encourage infill that reflects these character areas. So in closing, I ask you to consider that the property located at 93 to 105 Norman Street should be treated with the same as the rest of the surrounding residential neighborhood, with no transition provision, keeping developments as low-rise with a maximum of 4 stories. I ask the members of the committee today to consider the appeals of the local BIA, the Dalhousie Community Association, Save Little residents, Bliss residents, and all of the other concerned residents and groups who have argued against this application for a development that would, quite frankly, ruin an existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there questions for Ms. McKenney? Thank you very much for your presentation. Stephen Chang. Mr. Chang, are you here? Okay, Mr. Chang's not here. Jamie Liu, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Jamie Liu. I live on Norman Street, and you've heard my comments from this morning, but I just wanted to add some personal anecdotes being a resident on this particular street. And I can say that, not only does this development not fit within the planning rationale of, the plan that you considered this morning, but also that it does not fit on the street. It simply does not fit. And I can tell you, living on the street, that this development does not take into consideration the congestion that will arise due to the traffic and parking that occurs. There's already a lot of congestion on this street, especially in the winter, and I can tell you that there are snowdrifts that flank each side of this narrow street in the winter with cars parked on one side. And my husband and I often have difficulty getting our car into and out of our driveways, and often having to wait until a car leaves in their parked spot on the street so that we could enter or leave our driveway. I also can speak about emergency vehicles. My son, who was 1.5 or a little over 1 year old at the time, went into anaphylactic shock, and emergency vehicles had extreme difficulty getting onto our street in the winter, and then also asked us, do you know how other emergency vehicles have left this street? And my husband having to say this is a huge problem, and one that we've expressed concerns, but obviously nobody's really listening. So, I can say that I have true and genuine frustrations with regards to how this development could be imagined on a street that is so narrow, that is meant to be a residential, family-oriented street that is that has no room for anything else but that. And I can say that, looking at other developments in the city, that communities around the city would cry foul for a 4-story building across their house, and yet we have welcomed that kind of development, and we said we would work with, any developer that can work with a 4-story building, and we cannot understand why a property owner would not consider putting a 4-story building, and knowing that they could still make it a profitable project, and also work with community members in that respect, and respect what the majority of community members want in that end. So in closing, I just want to say that, a 4-story building is intensification, would add to the neighborhood, and would not severely hamper the microclimate and the social and cultural character of that street, and would not endanger or increase the danger of fundamentally changing what Little Italy is known for today. And I can speak from my own personal experience just living on the street, that by putting this development on the street, you will destroy our way of life and destroy the way that we enjoy our community to this date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for the delegation? No? Thank you very much. Eric Darwin. Mr. Darwin, would you like to come up?
I'd like to assure Mr. Chairman that no planners were beaten up in my opposition to this project.
So we didn't have to retreat.
Yeah. The city is putting forward several unique reasons why this project should go ahead in Norman. One of them is that it backs onto Beach Street, traditional Main Street, which is zoned 6 stories. That's shown in the photo that's up on the screen, on the French screen over there. But of course, those 6-story buildings aren't there yet, and it may be a century before they are. What we have back there now are 2 to 3-story buildings. So I'm not sure how you get an adequate transition from 2 to 3 or 6-story buildings on Beach, then jump to 9 on Norman, and then jump down to 4 again on the south side of Norman. It seems to me a proper transition would simply leave the north side of Norman at 4 or 5 stories so that you transition 6, 5, 4. This is further accentuated by the fact that if it is a good transition to go from Beach Street at 6 to then jump to 9 before you go to 4, why didn't they do that on the other side of Beach Street as well, which is also a large property under single ownership? But instead, on that side, they said 6 stories on Beach, and then 4 stories on Aberdeen, the street behind it. And if you were to take a mirror image of this over Preston Street, you would think that if it's good to be going from the 6-story traditional main street on Preston to a 9-story building on the side street, why didn't they do that on the other sides as well? But in fact, every other street in this neighborhood got left at 4. The dead-end streets and the center streets in the neighborhood were left at 4, because 4 fits better. This whole one is anomalous. Now, I did want to address the townhouses, because planners and the proponents love to bring up townhouses. It evokes family-oriented housing, the idea of children to play on the streets, people actually using these porches. But what has happened in the other projects in this neighborhood is the big deal is made about this townhouse type development, but after they start selling the units, they come back or they get delegated authority and they switch them, and they just become 1-bedroom apartments with walk-off balconies. And the walk-off balconies don't get used 9/10 of the year, because after all, the air-conditioned and heated corridor is at the door with the closet. Some of the buildings in this area that had ground floor townhouses didn't even have lockable doors to these balconies, these walk-off porches. That is, you couldn't exit your house, lock the door, and walk away, because there was no door locks. They only operated with a thumb lock from the inside. So what I would like you to do is say that if we're going to have 2-story townhouses as a key feature of this project all the way around the perimeter, let's require that as a condition, and if they can't meet it, they can't build it. I would also like to address this dead-end street bit. We can have fun envisioning fire trucks on a 21-foot wide street, but let's look at some simpler vehicles like taxis or the FedEx van when it comes up to deliver something. I don't think the FedEx van is going to stop 200 feet down the street and the little driver in his short pants is going to trot up the street, ring the doorbell, and wait for someone to come down. He's going to drive the van to the front door, and then once he wants to leave, he's going to be pulling into the people's driveways, assuming they're still open, on the other side of the street. And I can't really picture FedEx vans doing safe 3-point turns on a 21-foot space day in and day out, to say nothing of boyfriends, girlfriends delivering people back to their apartment. I just don't see it happening all that much. So that's my comments. I don't think you should approve it. I think it's too large and ill-suited for the site, and it's inconsistent with the rest of the plan. Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Darwin? Councillor Holmes?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to ensure that a townhouse is actually a townhouse, that it has a door and a walkway that actually works and so on?
Mr. Chairman, in the details of the zoning, if you had individual units located on the ground along Norman facing must have access to the exterior, so we've set that as a condition or as a requirement under the zoning, and through the site plan approval process, we can further detail sort of that those have to be functional doors leading in and out.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now that's all the those are all the public delegations we have on this this item. So I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting and turn the recommendation back to committee. And the recommendations are that Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to the zoning bylaw 208-250 for 93-105 Norman to permit a mid-rise residential development shown on document 2 and detailed on document 2 and 3. So, Councillor, I'll let you speak to that.
Question to Mr. Mark.
Oh yeah, Mr. Mark. You're right. Mr. Mark, Mr. Jacobs in his submission indicated that we couldn't dispose of this item until council had disposed of the secondary planning exercise that had gone on, and that what we could do here is refer it to council, but we couldn't issue a recommendation.
Mr. Chair, the time for the assessment is when council makes a decision, not when committee makes a decision. And so committee is free to make its conclusion on a policy basis and either decide to recommend something to council or to refer something to council. It is not hamstrung, if you will, because of the fact that certain motions on the last item were referred rather than recommended to council. Okay. These are independent items. It is at council that the reconciling must take place.
So, sorry, I didn't understand that. It's at council where we have to reconcile. So, if at council, when we consider this matter, we decide that the planning framework would be 4 stories, council, and accepts Councillor Holmes' motion, what happens to the zoning report?
Mr. Chair, the policy that would be, the policy conclusion that one would draw from council having decided that the secondary district plan should have this area as 4 stories would naturally, in my opinion, lead to a conclusion that the zoning should be 4 stories. Of course, council is entitled to do what it wishes, but there would be an inconsistency if council decided other than 4 stories for the zoning, having made a decision of 4 stories on the secondary plan.
So the consideration then would be what we would have to do with this item is we would have to recommend change the approved to reject. So I'm walking you through. So council deals with it. We approve the planning framework at 4 stories. We get to this report. This report, what we would have to do with this report would change approve to reject and list the reason that council has approved a secondary planning framework that doesn't permit this development.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, but in light of that, other than that, we can consider and move a recommendation to council on the 9th.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll move forward and advance or move forward. Consider this recommendation today and ensure that it comes after in the consideration of the secondary plan comes first. We will I will ask the mayor to hold this item until that consideration is done, because you can't carry the zoning unless you've dealt with the secondary plan. Thus, the reconciling can take place. That be fair, Mr. Mark?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Okay. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I do. Just a few last comments, since I think we've pretty well talked about this. So it doesn't fit in this area because of its height. It's going to overshadow Beach Street, and if you look at the shadow studies, it was very nice to see the midsummer shadow studies, but it was also interesting to see the December shadow studies where the neighbors are in darkness. This 9-story will certainly overshadow Beach Street, overshadow the 5 stories for most of the afternoon. So it certainly causes a problem for the Beach Street properties. This is 0.13 meters, 0.3 meters away from those backyards. It provides very little stepping down to those backyards on Beach. It's a very narrow street. It's going to be problematic for getting any kind of large vehicles down that street. And at the moment now, there are only about 10 houses on that street. So suddenly we're going to over 100 units on the street, and that's going to be a large change and a lot more traffic. So from all kinds of reasons, Mr. Chair, this is fitting a request for a rezoning into the development plan rather than having the policy set this particular application. So that's why it doesn't fit, that's why it doesn't work. The reason for this application is because it was a consolidated lot. And that is the concern of everybody, that any time somebody comes in and consolidates 3 or 4 lots, we will see this again and again and again come forward. Once we have the one 9-story, we've already seen a second 9-story come onto the floor today. So what is going to stop more 9-stories marching down that railway track? So that this sets a precedent as far as everybody's concerned. How do we make sure that this is not a precedent for many more to follow?
Thank you, Councillors. Anyone else who wants to speak? I'm just going to say, I think that when we dealt with the Preston Carling study, and I'm going to be supporting, and I've told Councillor Holmes I'll be moving the Adelaide transition. I think we can do without the Adelaide transition, and that can go right to 4 stories, and which will ensure that the rest of the low-profile residential neighborhood remains low profile. So I'm convinced, and I have been convinced, that this is the, and I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get ahead of the development in this area, and I think, Councillor Holmes, you're right. I mean, we were slow to finish the district study, and I will give it to Mr. Moser and Ms. Snedden, who've picked up the ball on the Centertown CDP and has done a tremendous amount of work to complete these planning studies, because I think that they're tremendously important in ensuring that as we go forward, there is certainty around what can and will happen in neighborhoods like this. But we know our city is not stagnant. So because we have a CDP in an area, in 10 years' time it may not reflect the reality of how our city is growing. So not only do we have to have a commitment to doing these CDPs, but we have to have a commitment to, keeping them up to date, keeping them, revitalizing them to ensure that, where we, if we need to acquire more public realm infrastructure, where we can advance opportunities to, purchase green space, to advance community initiatives like grocery stores, that we're able to do that, and we're not, we don't have what's sitting over development, a plan that may have been appropriate in the 70s or 80s, but isn't appropriate in the current planning framework. But when we get to the Norman Street site, we have a number of planning frameworks that overlap, and quite frankly, given the way that this occurred, I'm not sure that we could sustain a position of 4 stories at the Ontario Municipal Board. In fact, I'm convinced that we couldn't do that. If the residents think, and I know they do, that they'll be able to sustain that, I will say I will eat crow when they're successful, but I just don't believe that it is that we will be able to do it, given the designations that were on it before, the conformity issues, the strategic directions report that we approved and sent us down this path. So I think that the best course of action is to deal with this item, make it the anomaly, go to council when the Preston Carling CDP is done, take the Adelaide Street 9 stories out, confirm the low-profile residential, and then move forward. And I think that that is the best way to conclude the planning in this area. And I think if we do that, it will serve us well for the next period of time until it needs to be reviewed again. So I'm going to support the recommendation that's before us, but I am going to call for yeas and nays, because I think that Councillor Holmes wants to know where the yeas and the nays are on this item. So I'll call yeas and nays. Is that Councillor Manette?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Shirley?
Yes for now.
Yes for now, and myself, yes. Okay, so that's carried. And that's that item. Okay. Thank you, everyone. To the rest of the agenda. The items that we have no other held items. Are there any notices of motion? Any inquiries? Any other business? Okay. We are adjourned till Tuesday, July the 8th. I will see everyone then.